be, what can I say, exterminated. You should even be terminated and outstarred from our movement. We are here trying to change our the political landscape of the country, because we feel it's not going the way it's supposed to be. Because first of all, I want you to understand that the freedom we are enjoying now, all the liberties we're enjoying now, the successes we're enjoying now, this freedom, if our forefathers did not fight for it, I don't think we could be here enjoying and yapping and just having fun and living our life. Let's agree with that. So sacrifices must happen. Sacrifices must be put in place for our generation to enjoy this, and also the coming generation. Because personally, I wouldn't like to have my children in a state which is ruled by fools, anarchic elements ruling the states, you know. And the issue of the Nikokadi, today I was watching Citizen TV, the news. There is this Damani Yakura, which means the value of your vote. You know, in Kenya, elections, they determine the political power, which make decisions about our resources, about our development, and also about our governance. We've seen events of post elections. For example, the 2007 to 2008 post election Kenyan crisis, the election crisis in Kenya. It showed how sensitive this matter is. So you see, you having your vote, you having your Nikokadi, it's not just about, it's not just a civic ritual. No, it is a determinant of how we will elect leaders in leadership positions, how development will be prioritized, and how the country is going to be directed in the next coming years. That is why every Gen Z, or every Kenyan citizen should understand the worth of their votes, the Damani Akura. You know, for you to be a registered voter, you have to have your national ID, register as as a citizen of Kenya. And the Nikokadi initiative, it also helps you to access the government services and also to participate fully in the civic life. So, like, if you don't have it, how will you be able to participate? How will you be able to be a part of the people who shape our country for the next coming future years? You know? So, having an ID is not just about identification. No, it's a getaway for civic participation that includes voting. Why are we voting? We are voting to remove these people, these goons who we elected, these unlearned and good men in public offices, these people who are abusing power. We are voting to remove them out. Everybody has to be wiped clean. But then you know that Kenya is a very corrupt country. I feel like as a community of Gen Zs or voters, I am scared because people will be bribed. People will be bribed to 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 take some cheap exchange of money for the exchange of a decision that will determine our political atmosphere in the coming years. That means these leaders already know we want to take ID cards, we want to have the voter ID cards. So what they are doing is they want to divide and rule. So they want to divide us. After they divide us, they create enmity because these coming elections is gonna be tough. It's gonna be hot. My friend, if that man hatoki kwa hiyo kiti, tunamtoa. I don't know how, but tutamtoa cha lazima, anaenda. He knows. Seti hajui. Even his friends akina Oscar Sudi, they know he's going. But because they know, They want to bribe people. They want to also divide and rule us and confuse us. So for us to move in as one movement, we have to know their tactics. They want to divide us. They want us to kill each other. They want to come and pay us bribes. But we should not forget those who lost their lives in this quest. Remember the 2024 Occupy. Our Gen Zs died. Many people died. Many lives were lost. Then there is you being foolish. You're being bribed by 100 or 1,000 for your votes. You should be so ashamed of yourself. I mean, you are so useless. I mean, you shouldn't even be breathing. You are a waste to our movement. You shouldn't even be recognized as us. Yeah.
Another issue is about still under elections,
Mm-hmm.
just using elections as a political reality in identifying in identifying how things will flow. So we're supposed to
Mm-hmm.
look at some of the players in elections,
Mm-hmm.
some of the voters. As we are not the only players in elections.
Yeah.
So we have voters, and then
Yeah.
we have candidates. We have the commission, according to the Kenyan 2010 Commission, 2010
Mm-hmm.
Constitution. It's the 20, yeah, it is the IEBC currently,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and we have overseers from international bodies also.
Yes.
We have political parties, we have coalition that will be formed, we have the political parties registrar, we have the registrar of persons. So, do you think, what do you think about all these players in elections? Because we are not the only, as voters, we are not the only players. We have some of the elements that I've just mentioned here, like yeah, starting with the IEBC and whatever.
Mm-hmm. So the issue regarding the elections, we have an history with elections. Zile enzi za mababu zetu, they used to queue. Do you know that they used to go on a queue and they will be asked, who is on the side of Moi? They come on this side. The ones who are on the side of, they go on the other side. But when we allowed a multi-party state, because Kenya is a multi-party state, um, we see things started to change. Political parties started to be formed. So political parties are also players of the coming general elections. We have us, the citizens. We are the ones now with the power. The like, because we are a democratic state, so we elect leaders to those positions who go and represent us. So we are also players. Apart from the political parties and the citizens, they are the ones who represent the political parties now who vie for those seats. Apart from that, we have an election body, the IEBC. According to the 2010 Constitution, the IEBC, we see it has been done, which has been mandated to carry elections ever since that the 2010 promulgation of the Constitution, And we also have the commissioners of the IEBC. We've had cases where the commissioners die during elections because they want to protect the authenticity of these elections, but because of how sensitive the matter is, some are killed in the process of of their job, and that is their job. Not forgetting, we also have civic education. One thing I must emphasize on during this time is civic education. How well are we educated as voters? How well do we know our jurisdictions? How well do we know our powers? Do we really? That is why we can see some confused elements who really don't know what's happening, who are so carefree, who are not so serious with this matter, talking shamelessly, aimlessly. This is a very sensitive manner. The government should invest on civic education. People should be educated civically on how to practice their power of voting. But do we really have this? No, it's just done shoddily. People just come, they're given money, they're told, please elect this, our region, this. And then there's also the issue of tribalism. Let, can we not lie that Kenya will always be a tribalistic country, no matter what? No, come rain, come sunshine. Yes, we as a movement, as a Gen Z, we were saying we are faceless, we are tribalist, we are leaderless, but deep down, it always comes down, it scales down to the issue of tribalism. I would want a person of my tribe to be in a high position because I want favors from them. I want to gain from them. So what do? I mobilize my community. I come and bribe them. Everybody ninampatia unga ama ninampatia tuso. I tell them, please go and vote for this. So have we really educated a voter on how you're supposed to practice your power of voting? No, we have not. That's bribery. Bribery is also another key aspect on on the elections. So regarding that question, I feel first of all we have to have proper civic education, and also not forgetting proper civic participation. Let's have a quora, because like to say me I'm coming in the region of Kwale County or maybe the Morema County, and I'm conducting civil participation, and then ninakuta tu only elders have come. Where are the youth? Where are the youth in this process? Have you practiced our power? No, we have not practiced our power. You understand? And for the youth elections, and or for all and every citizen, we have to participate. These elections are about shaping the future which we will live in, and the future which our children will come and find. So the decisions about jobs, key decisions about education, key decisions about technology and economic participation and opportunities will be determined by us voting. So if people are not engaged in these electoral processes and these decisions, then that means our realities are affected. So in short, we have not practiced our power. That means again, we'll have to live with foolish people in offices, and will complain and complain and die complaining. So we have to know the issue is sensitive. We have to know our power as the people because we practice democracy, and we should be able to ensure that this democracy works. How? Through participation, through civic engagement, through civic education, through registering, through understanding these issues, what are they, and also through voting responsibly, because voting is one of the most powerful ways to shape a country's future. Let's vote, and let's vote powerfully. Back to you, Valerie.
Thank you, Linda, for your contribution. So, for the people who are saying that hakuna haja ya kuchukua kura because kura ishapigwa, tunafaa kuwaendea ndio tunafaa kuwaendea, na this time round civic education must be, I think sisi Gen Z ndio tutakuwa tunatembea moja kwa moja tukifanyia watu civic education vizuri.
Yes, Even our parents, they are supposed to be educated because they are the ones which also like they are so
Yeah.
easy to even bribe. But for us, as like, I don't expect foolish young generation like me. Excuse me, how can you be foolish at such a time? How can you be how can you be clueless of what is happening? How can you be so baseless that is saying ati kura imechukuliwa? My friend, we are forcing issues this time round. We are forcing issues. Kwani kati yao na sisi ni nani ndio wengi? Nani ndio wengi? Is it not
The
us?
majority.
Yes, I don't care even if they have to use the
We are.
machinery because they will at a point use the state machinery and abuse of power, but we are the majority. So we should practice this like we should be intellectuals in this. You know, let's practice civil education. Let's know the power that we hold.
And we have really decided as Gen Zs we will do it. Hata kama hatulipi, we are very ready.
I mean, we are ready to even sacrifice lives. We don't care. Like this time, no, no, It's not business as usual. The elephant in the room is wiping clean. Any because
He must go.
I feel like
He
in
must
a
be.
government there is the
As Gen
relationship
Zs,
between. Uh, yes, please.
I'm saying as Gen Zs, we are going to make sure that Ruto is the first president in Kenya to serve a one term by fire, by force.
Like, why did we even elect him? He shouldn't even be on that seat. Me, I'm even regretting why. And like, what is his essence? What is the tangible development thing that he has done apart from turning Kenya into an anarchy? You know, forced disappearances, abductions, hiked up lives, and I really I don't enjoy being a youth in in such an environment. Lack of jobs, lack of money, high taxation rates. The poverty rates is also increasing. I mean, really, what are you doing? And I feel we
And
have
then
to
we
have
uh-huh.
a positive relationship between the government and its citizenry. I feel we don't have a positive
And the
relationship.
people.
It's like
Yeah.
husband and wife. You know, we should be like husband and wife. You should love me. I should love you. But there is no love. You're there to use me. You're there to just, I don't know, like it's just hostile environment. There is no love between the government and its citizens. The people who we chose, we elected in the government positions hate, let me use the word, they hate the citizens. Our leaders don't love us. That is why they don't take care of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then another thing is that Ruto has been, especially when we look at moral behavior, and like he's been telling people that Rigiji is a thief, Rigiji stole from his brother, nini nini. But in real sense, we as Kenyans knows who he is, and we knows what he's been doing. Juu
Mm-hmm.
kama these issues of lands, we know he's been grabbing land from people.
Mm-hmm.
He's been
Let's not go
grab.
far. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's been grabbing land from people. He's been the killings that have has been happening in Kenya, like, and he's even been encouraging the police to use coercive force because there is no anywhere where he has told police tuliza nini nini. So kama ana condemn wengine kama Rigiji of stealing, then sasa yeye tukiamua sisi as Kenyans tuanze kumaccuse of the things that he's been doing, tutafikishana wapi?
The Bible says, Shame on you who judges your neighbor because of the speck in his eye, but you can't see the log in your eye. Yeah? And if just God comes right now and just opens a case towards the current president of Kenya, I mean, will he even survive? Like, this person has a special place in hell. There's this Standard magazine. There was this time the Standard magazine was reading "The Devil Wears Kaunda." I don't know if you remember it, but "The Devil Wears Kaunda." The man in Kaunda suit is our current president. He has been out there. For me, I feel he has been embarrassing us as a country, talking rubbish matters, dirty secrets, exposing dirty lenience, which I can also say kuko na zingine ameweka uongo na amechochea. He's calling this his opponent a thief. Who is not a thief? Between the two of them, who is clean? Who is an angel there? I mean, even afadhali huyo mwingine at least alipianga bibi yake pesa na bibi. This one still, he came to steal, kill and to destroy us. He's the devil. He's the devil in Kaunda. Like, he looted money. He has grabbed land to a point of even grabbing a school land for him to just construct his Western hotel. And I also hear reports of him like killing a girl in his Western hotel, room 360 issue. There's also been cases of him also having anger management issues. Like, we can see how much people like Akina Farouk Kibet, who are his close allies now, are not in his camp. Why? Because they cannot be able to differentiate him anymore because of his tempers. And okay, in short, this is a man who advises his advisors on how he wants to be advised. You can tell him he is hard-headed. You see him out there, instead of him to first start by at least solving the flood issues in Kenya, the land geographic issues. We have issues of hunger. We have issues of misplacement of people. We have issues of lack of jobs, high taxation rates. Like, we have never been taxed like how this guy has been taxing us. He's coming and telling us how his opponents did this, did that. What are you doing? Like, why are you even breathing? Why are you breathing? What's your purpose on this world? Can you please do something constructive? Can you represent the presidency constructive? We can see in our global politics the issue with Israel, the US, and the Iran. You can see how like Trump is defending his country, even if it means him going extra board. But this one, can you even stand to defend our country in that way? Ama kazi yake tu ni kukuja hapa kusema sijui Rigiji aliiba bibi, alifanya nini? How is that helping us in the global map? How is that representing Kenya out there in the global map? Instead of him to even come and sort out the issue of lack of jobs, we have the young people who are so innovative, business people who are so good with software. The AI is coming up, the AI intelligence. Instead for him to come and sponsor them, and also support the young people's goals, he's out there talking dirty linen, exposing dirty linen in public. And this guy is claiming he has a PhD. PhD in what? What exactly? Then he's busy coming to judge other people, yet he himself has that lineage. I mean, he's an adulterer. He committed adultery. Like we can see him out there having extramarital affairs. He also has children he has had out of wedlock. I mean, they are there existing. Huh? We can see him telling police to shoot Gen Zs in the leg. He said, shoot Gen Zs, shoot them in the leg. Then when he went to, I think, was it Al Jazeera or CNN, he was asked, are you apologetic about you saying shoot the Gen Zs in the leg? He said no, he is not apologetic. Does he even have humanity left in him? He doesn't. He does not. We elected a devil who wore Kaunda suit. This time, the devil has to burn. We have to send him in the pit of abyss. We have to make sure he ceases to exist. Back to you, Valerie.
Thank you, Linda. I can see in the comment section that Rafa is saying that I hear Mr. Anaconda is suffering psychologically. Oops, the syllabus is really going fast. Amekuwa Anaconda. Some is
Na yeye
saying
mbona
really
anakonda
love.
ovyo ovyo? Kwani halishwi na bibi yake?
Akina Rex Masai have started talking where they are. He will go. He will go. And then I can see Msimamo na kuona. You can also come on stage and give us your view. Today we've been talking about Tuju, the reappearance and then venye wamemshika tena and then the way the DCI boss is saying that Tuju alikuwa tu kwa nyumba because they traced the phone or something, alikuwa tu kwa nyumba Karen. And then about Kasongo juu leo tumesikia akitusiana pia, ametusiana kichwa kubwa and whatever, even after being warned by the religious leaders. So Msimamo, I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you, Madam Host, and I'm glad to see you once again here. Alafu tumeongeza tena na Njiru Linda. Patamu kwa kweli leo. Naonekana ndio maana nimepata afueni ya haraka. At least nije nijiunge nanyi hapa, maana cha ajabu Sami anasema warembo na mimi si mrembo hapa. Hapo kwa comment section anasema Sami, warembo umewapata wapi? Anasahau kwamba kuna Msimamo si mrembo. Anyway, yote 9 la 10, wacha wapokee zangu upande wa pili kule, na nyie tanyi mpokee zangu hapa studio, na wale wote wanatufuatilia kote kule duniani. Labda pengine nikirudi kwako, Madam Hose, umesema masuala na Tuju, labda pengine haswa nianzie wapi? Juu ni mengi, labda tuanzie hili la kupotea na kuonekana na kufungwa ama la mali yake na mambo na kadhalika. Labda si tuanzie wapi? Juu ana mambo mengi kiongozi ambayo yanakanganya haswa. So si nianzie wapi? Labda dadangu haswa ungelipenda haswa nianzie wapi? Asante.
Ningependa uanzie kwa mambo ya Tuju. Utuambie your view on his arrest, them saying that he was just in his home and he said that there are certain Kenyans who have ended up in graves, but he has managed to escape and whatever. Is there an interest as to why Tuju is being followed? Yeah, mambo kama hayo.
Asante, labda mimi nitakwenda kwa kifupi kwa hili kutokana na mtazamo huu. Unajua dada yangu, kwa kweli haswa kwa muongo tusimame na pia kwa kweli tusimame. Hapa kuna kizungumkuti, yaani tukisikia haswa taarifa ya huyu kiongozi kwamba alihisi kuandamwa haswa mida na pia akaamua acha tuniende nikaweke ripoti, kwa sababu hali yangu ya kiusalama, uongo si kazi na ndamu. Then kama tunavyoelewa kwamba vyombo vyetu vya usalama si vyenye haraka sana kuweza kuact, na maybe katika hii hali, katika pitapita amekudua pengine yuafuatwa ya ndamwa tena. Unajua hakuna mwenye roho ya jiwe, sote roho yetu ni ya nyama. So maybe akaamua acha mimi kwanza nikatafute mahali nipumzike, nijifiche aswa, angalau kuepusha na hili balaa la kuandamwa. So katika hiki mimi sioni kwamba kuna kosa. Tukirudi kwa DCI nao wanazungumza mengine kwamba sie tulienda kwake, tukaenda tukajaribu kuangalia kwamba tuongee na familia angalau itupe ushirikiano kwa hili, lakini ilipataza ili kuweza kuangalia, je, yupo ama hayupo ama nini kimejiri, ili tuanze uchunguzi. So hapa kuna vitu viwili gongana hapa, kwa sababu uaminifu katika vyombo vya usalama haswa mara nyingi kwetu kama wananchi vimekuwa sasa hivi uaminifu ni kidogo. Yani unakuta kwamba matokeo yanafanyika, kisha wanaokuwa mstari wa mbele unakuta ni wao wa polisi, lakini vile vile haswa kama kuna jambo limefanyika haswa unakuta kwamba hatima yake mwisho hatulijui ilikuwa wapi, inaisha mazima hewani. So kwa hili kwamba walienda kwa familia na kukataa, wala haki ya kukataa kimtazamo wangu, kwa sababu mara ya kwanza waliwatishia. Hizi gari zilizomfuata zaidi ya gari 10 na kitu ambazo naenda pale haswa, kana kwamba si kiongozi ambaye ameweza kukaa katika serikali na kuweza kuhudumia hili taifa. Ni jambo la kutisha, wengine wakiwa haswa polisi, wengine wakiwa civilized na wengine wakiwa na uniforms. So hili ni jambo ambalo haliwezi kwamba ulikuja kwa nia mbaya jana, lakini leo mtu wangu ukaondoka, ndo unakuja sasa utaki kufanya uchunguzi hapo. How do I trust you? So kwa kweli trust kwa polisi sasa hivi kwa sisi wananchi tunaona kwamba ni kizungumkuti. It's like kwamba polisi wanakuwa wanapata nguvu nyingine kutoka mali nyingine, ama kwa njia moja ama nyingine naweza nikasema tumeregeshwa back, badala ya police service tumepelekwa kwa police force. Kwa maana kiongozi kama alipeana hii taarifa mapema, ni jukumu la vyombo husika vya usalama, hususan kitengo hiki cha polisi kuweza kupeana ulinzi na kutetea haswa mali ya mwananchi na pia kuweza kumlinda. So maybe wangechukua action mapema ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba usalama wake huko katika hali ambayo ni ya sawasawa. Lakini sasa baada ya kwamba nyinyi wamechelewa kuchukua maamuzi, bwana amefuatwa, ameamwacha mimi nikajifiche, alafu arudi aseme kwamba ni jambo la kulipanga kuchafua sifa ya vyombo vya usalama. Kwangu mimi kwa kweli haliniingii katika akili, kwa sababu si tukio moja ama ni matukio mengi ambayo haswa yamefanyika haswa katika hili taifa, kiasi kwamba huwezi muamini yupi ndiye ama yupi sie. Unaona, kwa sababu unayemdhania ndiye mwisho sie, unayemdhania sie mwisho ndiye. So hiyo ndio hatima ambayo tunaiona haswa katika vyombo vya usalama, na pia zaidi yote kwamba kufanya kazi kutoka na kambe, kuna nguvu fulani ambayo imetoka mahali fulani, licha kwamba ni vyombo huru ambavyo haswa vimetwikwa jukumu na wameapa kuweza kumtumikia mwananchi. Unaona, so inakuwa hapa kuna kizungumkuti. Kwa hiyo kwa swala la Tuju, dada yangu, mimi ndaweza nikasema lawama yangu bado naipa haswa upande wa vyombo vya usalama kwa kuweza kuchelewa haswa kuweza kupeana ulinzi, lakini vile vile pia kwa mwanzo mbovu. Hata kama kuna mali, hata kama kuna makosa wamefanya na kampuni ile, so kuna haki ya kwamba angefuatwa kama kiongozi mwenye hadhi ya kwamba ametumikia hili taifa kwa jambo ambalo litakuwa lina uwazi na ni jambo ambalo linaeleweka haswa kikamilifu. Samahani. Kwa hiyo mimi nitaachia pale la Tuju kwamba Mungu amsaidie, ampe afueni, kwa sababu kile kitendo ambacho amefanyiwa haswa cha kuweza kusukuma kwa gari by force pia sijafurahikia. Yeye si muhuni, ni kiongozi mwenye heshima, kiongozi ambaye haswa amekuwa waziri katika hili taifa. So si mtu kwamba anaweza sukumwa tu hivi hivi. Angepewa chances na wangeenda wakafanya ripoti kama wana yao, wakafanya yao kwa njia ambayo ni ya kuonyesha haswa ungwana, na pia kuonyesha kwamba hapa kuna heshima yake ya kiongozi kama yule, lakini kwa lazima na kurushwa huku na mmenyano ule, kwa kweli haukunipatia, na naulaumu sana haswa vyombo vyetu vya usalama. Asante, mimi nitaachia hapo.
Msimamo, kulikuwa na swala lingine. Kabla uingie, tulikuwa tunaongelea swala la elections next year, ambapo tumesema mambo na tuko kadi. Kuna watu ambao wanasema hata mkiwa kadi tayari tunajua nani atakuwa rais. Lakini nilikuwa nataka upeane your view about that, and then pia kuna many determinants and players when it comes to elections. Kuna the commission that is doing the elections, kuna overseers kuna overseers internationally, kuna different things, like kuna different players when it comes to elections. Kuna candidates, kuna political parties, tribunal, kuna registrar of political parties. Sasa tulikuwa tunaulizana such determinants, what is your take on them, or how do you think they'll conduct themselves during elections? Sababu sisi voters tutajitokeza, tutavote. Commission pia ina maneno yake. Nini ina maneno yake? Msimamo katuacha, ametoka live. Naona Joseph hapa. Let me add Joseph ili Joseph pia tuambie view yake on this Tuju's case, and also elections that we are going into ya tuko kadi. Sisi tumechukua kadi, tuna register as voters, lakini kuna watu wanasema hata kama tuko kadi, Ruto yeye ako na joka tayari. And then the role of IEBC in the next elections, hope it will be transparent, and also the international overseers wenye watatumwa to oversee the elections will be watakuwa macho this time round. Yeah, so as we take this person home. Karibu sana Joseph.
Thank you host Valerie. Ninaona tuko na rafiki pia hapa that I want to salimia yeye. I want to also kusalimia wale watu kwa comment section. Naona Goody yako hapo. I have been having such a lovely evening. Nimepata kama mmesonga kwa majadiliano. Mi Kiswahili na nitasisitiza kidogo, acha ni weke gear English. And thank you. I heard you asking questions about IEBC, and you also asked questions about Tuju. You know, one thing that is always confusing me is when these certain officials, when they were in power, what did they do to curb these certain aspects of them or even other Kenyans not undergoing what is going through right now? Because as we know, Tuju was a person who was a very influential person. He was a person who was at the whims of power in the not only the Uhuru government. Tuju was a very powerful person in the Kibaki government. He has been holding the offices in these two governments. So it clearly shows you that something is amiss, because if you are in the government and you are not trying to bring reforms of certain aspects that can help a common mwananchi and certain let's say the political class, it means also you are a failure. Wewe umekosea pia, sababu kama ungekuwa kwa hiyo serikali ulikuwa na address ama unajaribu kuongea na rais kwa undani, ama wale members mlikuwa nao kujua, obviously ukiwa influential you in a party, it means even the members of parliament coming from that party, which is the majority, you can influence them in giving certain ideas of how you can be able to curb this, to streamline the police service, because this police service was mandated to be independent, but we can see that there is no independency in the police service. It's just the name. The name is the one which was changed to a service, but we are still having the police force in it, the same one we had before. Ilikuwa inaitwa ile ilikuwa inakomandiwa na president. Right now we can see the same scenario is the same one which is happening, and our constitution is very direct, very clear on how police are supposed to mandate to do their mandate. They are not supposed to be coerced by any executive, legislature, or judiciary. They are supposed to do their work independently. But we can see that the executive has crushed all these bodies. There is no body that is working. You can talk about legislature; it is dead. Talk about judiciary. Judiciary even is at the whims of him, because some of the orders they give, some of them, even if you look at them, you get shocked. And that one is supposed to be our last line of defense. So without the judiciary, I don't know how we are going to function. So I'm really praying that the judiciary can really stand its ground, because legislature can be the president can do anything to the legislature, and we have seen it a couple of times. And I think the only time that the legislature was kind of independent was after the 2007 elections, where we could see that most of the opposition members were more in the parliament, and even the speaker himself, who was there, I think he's the only speaker who has ever been moderate. The name by Marende, I think he's the only speaker who has been moderate. You look at these other speaker. We had a speaker called Muturi. I've seen him being roughed up by police when he was trying to enter the Karen. And if you have gone to Karen police station, because I've ever gone there, it is a very small place. It is a very small place. Even the cells that they are putting, they are holding Tuju. It's a very small. It's a very small area. But all in all, I cannot be happy, because this government came with a promise of they are going to stop abductions, they are going to stop police brutality, because at first Ruto was saying that the government which was there, which was being headed by Uhuru Kenyatta, which he was a member of as a deputy president, he said that it was always on his case, and most of the time he said that the police was being used against him. And I remember even the certain person who is talking Rao and beating his chest by the name Murkomen was the one crying in parliament, and the other guy who is the deputy right now, Bwana Soprano, I think everybody knows him. He's the one who was saying that the government eats its own people. So right now they are doing. I don't know what Tuju has done to deserve this, but I think it is all about the property that he has. I think they want to take it by force. You know, when the government or the person who is in charge wants to take something by force, he will do all the certain aspect of intimidation and everything. So this is just us by Tuju. There is nothing more we can take from that. But it's very unfortunate that the same government who said that they are going to stop all these shenanigans are the ones who are doing them. And they were on top of their vehicles in the campaign saying that they will not be a government who will be doing this. But do we know Ruto is always a liar and is going to continue to be one? You never speak the truth. So talking about IEBC, I think this guy by the name of what do we call his name? Pedacon, or what do we call him? What? Pedacon or something? The way they call him. If he wants to have a very simple time, is for him to deliver to Kenyans a free and credible elections. Because as we talk, anyhow, any person is going to talk about Raila or anything, even if you bash him or not bash him. That guy really brought reforms to the IEBC. And I'm very certain that if IEBC can be able to use the mechanisms that have been put in place to be able to curb this stealing of elections, why do we even have to buy these electronic systems if, for example, we are going to still have them, they are going to tell you that that when you go there, your fingerprints are not being found, that you need to go to manual. Why do we need them if that is the case? If we are trying to curb stealing or voter irregularities in the polling stations. But as of now, I think the way they started bringing the system of every election should finish at the polling station, I think that is what the united opposition, or what they are calling the alternative government, is supposed to be seeking. They're supposed to be saying that the election is supposed to end at the polling station, and it's supposed, there is no supposed to be that what we call bombers. There is nothing like bombers. They are supposed even to stay in those offices of theirs. They have an anniversary towers there. Let them stay there. The results are going to be streaming in, and people, they're supposed to give mandate people from the teams who are competing in the elections to be able to count these votes for themselves and give their verdicts, because this system, you have seen it working in certain countries, like in the US. We can see that also the media calls the election. Why can we not do it? I saw in 2022 the media was about to call the elections. Why can we not do that in our country? Even though the election were mad with voter rigging and everything in 2022. But I believe if he wants to change the bad face of IEBC, it's right now. But if he wants to continue with the cartelism that has been in IEBC, I don't think that we are going to be having a peaceful country in after 2027. I'm not going to talk like that. Seems like I'm bringing drums of war, but it's certain that people are very agitated. So when people are very agitated, what they do, they want you to deliver for them what is right and what is supposed to be, because we have been told since memorial that the only election that was fair was the 2002 elections, and the 2002 elections were being conducted by the same person who conducted the 2007 elections. But in his credibility, the way he brought the 2002 election is not the same credibility he brought in the 2007 election, and that was a failure on his part. And even as they, they try to bring these aspects of how the votes were stolen. I think you have seen those videos and clips being brought by media, and how the violence started. But I don't know if Varari and Jerry, you were that time in 2007 and before, because these things just started as a joke. They started as a joke, and after the elections, because it happened on December. In 2008, the country was on fire. So if he wants to play with fire again, I think if he wants to play with fire again, he can continue ahead and give us an election that is sham. But if he wants to save the country from heading into a bad direction, he needs to be very serious with what he's doing. We have had people who have held positions in IEBC, and some of them even went missing. So if he wants to show that IEBC has the capability, because people are not believing in IEBC, he needs to deliver a free and credible elections. I don't know which other topic you are to talk about, but I think I've talked for quite a while. Thank you.
And still on the election thing, in Kenya, when it comes to voting, some people vote because of personal reasons, and some people vote because of collective reasons. For instance, tukiangalia, some of the rich people go to vote for someone so as to maintain that person in power, so that security is guaranteed to them. Unapatanga, most of these rich people are involved in there are some things that they are involved in, or some businesses that they are involved in. Now, wanna feel like when they go to vote for this person, if he remains in power, their security for their property or what they are doing or the kind of businesses they are doing is guaranteed and they'll receive security, or they'll receive security, or they'll be on the safe space. They won't face things like going to court, being arraigned in court for something. So those are some of the personal reasons as to why the rich vote. But when it comes to us, other members of the society, we have collective reasons. For example, what motivates us to go and vote is like these things of being taxed. Unaangalia payslip yako uko like the education system where it's heading to. You all can see how university students have ended up being not receiving help. Then venye fee imepanda. Also health, matters of health. You see how for some people, like some hospitals you go, they tell you SHA haifanyi outpatient nini. Like the way you see, like the way NHIF used to work now compared to how they shifted to SHA, it's not working the same way. So we all have reasons as to why we are going to vote. The rich vote for personal reasons and their own interest, but us other members of the society, we have our we have collective interest. We don't have personal interest. So I think in next year's elections, majority of the voters are people who are guided, who are being driven by collective interest. And if we go that way, I think we can remove this person from power, and we can at least get someone who looks at our interest. I don't know if you've ever read about the Russian Revolution during King Louis and Marie, the way they used to exploit public properties and just do anything just to finance their luxury life. But in turn, when the other members of the society, apart from the upper class, starting from the middle class to the lower class, going to the mpaka huku chini, the working class na wa huku chini kabisa, other members of the society, when they decided we are going to take these people down, they really did it during the French Revolution in the 18th century, and it happened. And I feel like for us Kenyans, if we follow that structure of all members of the society having a collective interest of removing this person, we really will, because we are the majority of the population. And also, even if we are saying that we want to remove Ruto from this seat, we should also be sure of whom are we voting for. Like, tunafaa kujua ni nani tunavotia towards competing with this man, so as hizo collective interests zetu nazo zisiume mchanga. But where we have reached, we can see that majority of the members of the society, people out here are angry. Even the people of Eldoret, the people of where Ruto comes from, they are very, very, very angry. Like, say if you find a person who is still on this person's side, I don't know which medicine we can give them, or which health issue that they might be suffering from. So I'll also just like some of you members to give us your contributions on this voting, how we will use this collective interest to go to the ballot and make sure that we eradicate this kind of system in Kenya. Like, as Kenyans, we are tired. We've never experienced this. I think we will start with Linda, because it's been long since you talked.
Akina venye nimeongea Val. Guy.
No, now I want you to talk on the issue of voting, the personal interest voting and the collective interest voting. Yeah. Because when like the rich are not majority in the society, the people who go to vote for their own personal interest so as to get security on the shady businesses they are doing or something, we are the majority in the society. And when it comes to collective voting, I think collective voting will surpass personal voting interest.
Thank you so much for that question, Val. Well, as I have said, voting is power. We are a democratic state. We, the people, are the power. The power is us. What we do is we vote. We vote for us to be represented because we are a democratic state. And also we have an active constitution. Yes, it's active, but for me, I feel like really, can we not lie to each other? Yes, it's active, but do we really practice it actively? And then do you remember when I said earlier on when you were starting the conversation, we said about people being participate in this, and people have to practice their power, which now comes down to voting. So yes, now participate through civic participation, tumekuwa educated through civic education, then now we are coming to vote. Hapa sasa ndio sasa kuna kuanga na kizungumkuti. Voting. Now there is classes of people, the way you've said, the rich and the poor. Currently, we are not on a very good global scale when it comes to the poverty index in Kenya. So that means the rich are the few. So there is that gap between the rich and the poor in Kenya. That gap which is there, it's because of the post effects that comes after voting. In normal occurrences, we see during the general elections or the voting, citizens of Kenya line up. They start to line up. I remember that time when we were doing we were conducting the elections back in 2022. As early as 5, you guys are there on the line. Mnapanga laini, mnachomwa na jua, wengine mnasikia njaa, but you can't leave that line because you have to practice that power of voting. Haya. Why are we voting? Number one, that's the question we should be asking. Venye tu umesema, for collective reasons and for personal reasons. Remember the hierarchy in the Kenyan society: the rich, the middle class, and the poor. Of which hata hii the middle class ni ile tu ni upper class poor. Kuko na hii the lower class poor and the upper class poor. So even you being in the middle class, you are just but upper class poor. We can just say that. It's just that because you can't admit you are poor, you call yourself the middle class poor. Otherwise, it's always the rich and the poor. Hiyo tumesort. So you see the rich, these are the people who form the political cream. These are the people who are so like the ones who the movers and the shakers, the ones who move the corridors, the ones who maybe they are elected in those positions. We also see people like this from who have been born in power. Like for example, like as we started our elections from His Excellency Jomo Kenyatta, and then now his family, which was born in power. Oginga Odinga, whose family was also born in power. We can see that, yeah. Then there is the common mwananchi. Hakuna kitu mbaya kama kukuwa common mwananchi, because I feel there is always an abuse of kind of power over there. Na venye tu Val wewe umesema kuko na venye hawa watu, like they always say how, yes, we are the voters, but they already have chose who is the president or who has the power. The rich are also the ones who control politics, like cause kuko na wale tuko hapa mbele na kuko na the ones who control it behind the scenes. We can see also these are the ones who are what are they called? Cartels, who fund politics because they are there. These are the ones who have now personal interest because they have their person who they want to elect. For example, they want to elect Kasongo, who is Ruto, the devil who has Kaunda. They want him for their personal reasons. For example, one, they want to access power. They want to be abusing power how they feel like Akina Kipchumba Murkomen. These are the people who have personal interest of abusing the economic resources of Kenya. And also these are also the people who have business or economic personal interest because wanajua mtu wao hako hapa ako kwa presidency, so they can do illicit businesses, they can conduct wash how they feel like, they can, yani they are the movers and shakers of the economy. Then kuko na common mwananchi who, number one, remember participate in the voting, undergo the civic education, and then pia they are the citizens of Kenya who have this power. The common mwananchi goes to vote for collective reasons, but these collective reasons we can see ni kama, number one, they want to change the hierarchy of how things go. For example, the Gen Zs, we had a collective interest. Why? We wanted these people to be out of power because they are abusing power. We elected them in these offices to practice power and to represent us in ways that are going to benefit us as a country, as the ones who are the greater force which make a country. But look at them. We vote for them. They go there. They abuse power. We vote for them. Number one, we lack healthcare systems. We lack security. That's why people are being abducted right, left, and center. We see people dying after being abducted because the people in offices, they don't respect power enough. They don't respect the citizens enough. Number 4, there is no accountability. Like the Mr. Joseph has said about the police force, which is just being used to counter the citizens. We can see people dying of hunger. We can see the taxation rate has really increased ever since our the last government which was in place. We can see inflation rising in Kenya. Yeah, we can see floods being a national disaster currently. We can see mismanagement of funds. Like I don't know, hakuna sector, hakuna ministry ama sector yenye hakuja kuwa na disorganization ever since huyu mtu aingie hapo. Hakuna. You can see people stealing resources that are supposed to be for the citizens. For example, you can see the fertilizer case, which was a scam. You can see how youth are not getting employed. It's only the rich who are able to get these employment opportunities. Hawa wengine, they can't even access this employment. You apply for jobs, you apply for them, you can't even get them. You can't even come close to even smelling them. For me, I remember there was this time back in 2022 when I was going to look for a job in parliament, and because I didn't have a mover and shaker there, they took a Kalenjin man who came after me because they had a person in the office, but me, I didn't have. So I lacked out the opportunity. Why? Tribalism. So we now this other group of the common mwananchi who we spend sleepless nights voting, being on that queue unachomeka for you to just have to vote out these people out of power in order for you to have a collective interest of choosing leaders who are, one, accountable, leaders who respect democracy, leaders who love their citizens. I'm really insisting on love. Nimesema for a state to exist, there has to be a relationship like of a husband and a wife between the government and the citizenry. The government has to love its people. And when the government loves its people, one, it will always be having projects of development towards the citizens. How is this? The government will be able to help the citizens in, one, eliminating the poverty, two, having resources out there for them, having programs that support employment, having programs that also support taking care of our environments to avoid the national disasters like floods, having a citizenry whereby also it trusts the government, we trust each other. But that's not, we have a very toxic relationship between the government and the citizens. We can't even be at par, we hate each other. Yeah, and when we go to the bedroom, hakuna mtu anataka kuona mwingine. Nobody says, hata hakuna mtu anataka tu kusikia Kasongo existing. Everybody wants him to either depart or cease to exist. You get? We cannot continue to exist in such a toxic environment. We have to form a very conducive environment between the government and the citizenry by electing good leaders who come in to solve our collective interests. So our wengine vinyangarika, they have to go. Why? They are not representing us how we want. Back to you, Valerie.
Thank you, Linda, for your contribution. Um, I would also like to invite Joseph to give his contribution concerning this issue of collective interest and personal interest voting, especially looking at our Kenyan environment.
Thank you. I see there's somebody who has been amused by the term Linda used, upper class, what she said, upper class and lower class. I think that is the term she was using, but most especially there is no middle class as we are talking, because everybody is either struggling. There is a time we had it, it was trying to work, but it is like it disappeared. Ni kama ilifanya osmosis. We don't see it anymore. So responsibility and it all boils down to responsibility, and voting boils down into an individual. And let me just start it off by, we have been having our parents. I think, Valerie, you have your parents who are either they are boomers, they are baby boomers, or either they are in the silent generation. So most of us, some are in silent generation and boomers. And I can clearly tell you that when where the rain started beating us, the rain started beating us when we had these generations that were more so cut off, and they became silent on anything that was happening within the presence of power. There is some who tried to fight it off, because if you have watched the clips, because I know you were not there, some of us, we found the regime about to end. If you have watched the clips of the retired and the late Moi, you can clearly tell that the generation of silent and boomers and part of the millennials, they really suffered in the hands of the government, which was at that time led by Mzee Moi. And I think that is where the rain started beating us. I think everybody lost hope in a better Kenya, because if I can clearly state for you a picture, we were told that, you know, that this is something that has been in the public domain, that Singapore. There is a time we gave Singapore food relief when they had nothing. But you looking at 50 or so years later, we cannot even get close to what Singapore is. And we have been having Singapore, you can say it is a small country, but we have been having all the capabilities of making us reach to the place that we are supposed to be. But the leaders we had and the leaders who we had at that time, because one of them took 24 years, and there is where Kenya slipped back to a very dark stone age, and where there is nothing that happened until one man who came and he was somehow crippled. Whether you liked his policy, whether you liked you hated him, because some say that in the government he was very tribal, but you could see that where Kenya was during 2001 and where Kenya was after he was leaving the office in 2012, it can clearly show you that we had a very big difference. And that big difference was brought by just small things that he did. And those small things that he did were clearly seen in the economy of the country, in the education sector of the country, in the health sector of the country, and it also persevered in the security sector of the country. So when we took over, when after 2012, somebody came there and took over, it's like then we went to a sleeping mode. But we had all the mechanism of maybe infrastructure, but we borrowed a lot of money to do that infrastructure, and most of the money went into corruption dealings. And now we have entered into another bad era, which is like we are going back to the 24 years. So where is the responsibility coming in from the voter? I think we are going back to the history that is repeating itself. And if I'm saying about a history which is repeating itself, it is a history which was made in 2002, when people rose up and said that they want a total fall down of the regime, which was at that time 24 years in the making, which have damaged the whole country in terms of the economy, in terms of every sector. So I think this is another overhaul of another, what do we call it? Yawezekana bila, I will not name, you know, wakiimba yawezekana bila. So 2027, it will be another moment like that one. And the voter responsibility is, you need to check at the people who are going to take us and cross us to the other bridge. Because let me tell you, yesterday I came here and talked about 10 minutes and said that it will take a miracle for the next guy who is coming. Even, I don't think even the next government that will come can be able to clear the mess that we have been in the, how many years? In the 15 years. Because we are counting from 2012, 2013 till now. The mess that we have been put in. You can say Uhuru was, in terms of, he was not doing some of the stuff you are seeing with abduction and what, but abductions was still there. So we are talking about 15 years that have been added onto us, which have been very brutal, with us getting money which has been borrowed left, right, and center. That our debt is now standing at 12 trillion, which is going at 13. So that clearly states and shows you that we are heading into another time where the presidency is going to have, you know, people talk about 2002. They forget that Kibaki had a very hard time from 2002 to around 2005, 2007. It was very, some can say it was very easy, but it was not a very easy job, because you needed to lay a foundation of what had been done for the 24 years. Now we need a president and a person who is using his whole brain, because we have been told that somebody has a PhD, but I wonder which PhD he has in, what PhD he got in, because he's always saying that he's much educated. But now I've come to learn that knowledge is not, wisdom is more of better than having knowledge. You can have knowledge, but you don't have wisdom. So we are entering into another period where we need another 5 years or 7 years that we need to clean up the mess that has been done within the 15 years. So can you see how we have been messed up as a country? We can say Kenyatta, when he took the country, even him, we say that this one was a transition from maybe the colony to the African government type of governments. And also he made a lot of mistakes. So the person who was trying to intervene and try to change our lives and touched our lives more so is the president who came after 35 years. So now imagine 35 years we have lost. Now add another 15 years that we have lost. If you add those years, it's almost marking 50 years. So it means we have lost 50 years in our 60 years. So as we are heading to this election, what I can plead with somebody, it's we need to check at each and every institution, because we cannot talk about only the presidency, because the topic you brought is about like you are terming it as a voter education. So we need to change, to have an overhaul on every department, in every institution, including the executive and the legislature. And I will take you back to that 2002 to 2007, even not 2002, 2002 to 2012. If you go and look at the parliament we had at that time, it was a parliament which was working for the people. And more so, even the debates that were being held in that parliament, if you go to the archives of that parliament and check, just go even to the media and just check at the certain bills and everything that were being brought in that parliament. We also, obviously, we had a 210 member of parliament. At that time, it was lower. But that parliament was very composed, and they could not be at the whims of the president. They made their decisions in regarding of how the people had sent them to do. But right now, we can see a whole member of parliament coming and telling you that I'm the one who is supposed to dictate what you are supposed to do. So as we are doing it on the top, let us not forget that even if you do it at the top, when you give these members of parliament who have no idea of what is happening when they go to the premises of parliament, there is also a vacuum, because they are the ones who make these laws, they are the ones who enact these laws, they are the ones who who make even these finance bills and everything. They get the finance bill, they come and check it, and they do. They have a lot of work to do. Not only their work is not only going to the markets and doing their campaigns. They need to be in their offices. So that is what that is why I'm talking about voter education, as you put it. And I'm going also to add why I talked about the generations. The best thing that I've seen is we have had a generation that is very woke, and that is the best thing I've ever seen in my country. And I'm hoping that as we are having the generation that is very woke in the terms of Gen Z, I hope they can really utilize their intellectuals and they are going to use their brain to be able to vote in the key candidates. Even for me, I had suggested for myself. For myself, I had said, if I will see a candidate that these guys are going to bring for me, a candidate that they have done thorough work on him, because I know they are very thorough. Gen Z si watu wa kucheza, they are very thorough. And I will support him, because I know they want a change for their country. They are the ones who are feeling the brunt. Unaona hiyo miaka yote nimeongea kuhusu hapa. Hiyo miaka yote nimekuongelesha 50. Hiyo miaka yote imekuwa ya wazazi wetu. We are paying for all the damages that were done. That is what we are paying now. And I think the Gen Z now, they have woken up and said, no, it is enough. We cannot continue paying debts of tribalism, debts of nepotism, debts of corruption and injustice. We cannot continue this. That's why they have risen up. And that's why we saw the 2024. They came out and they wanted even to burn that building. I hope even it could have burned to ashes, because it is a symbol of what has affected us for the 50 years we have been in power. That they have been on power. The ones you're calling the rich class. They have been in power, they have molested us, they have done every sort of things when our parents kept quiet. Some of the leaders at that time, they spoke up. Our parents, some of them tried, but you know what could happen when you could speak. At that time, we had even a very bad constitution that, and even now they want to damage it more. You are forgetting that this guy you're calling Anaconda, he refused this constitution. Alikatai constitution 2013, 2010. So do you expect him to be following this constitution? He does not like it. He hates it. But I was thinking that if we could have a very stable at the Senate, we could be having very grown-up conversations in that Senate. But I'm seeing it's full of also crap. So that civic education that I'm receiving from these young people, it's more of relevant than even the ones we were receiving from our parents, because they are showing us that they are tired, there is no work, the healthcare system is broken, the education system is broken, everything is broken in this country. Nothing which is working. And for a fun fact, I had the only system working is Musalia Mudavadi digestive system, and I believe in them because we can see the budget that is being kept in State House and also his office. Imagine even a person who holds an unconstitutional office has a budget. So those are the things that Linda was talking about here, and mi sitaki kuingia mambo mingi sana ndani ya kile kitu kimekuwa kifanyika. People know, but when we go to the places, into the villages, watu hawajui hizi mambo. Let us educate them and tell them the things that have been happening. When you know about these laws and the things that they are changing, like right now I know the laws that they are changing. There is a law which is dealing with immigration, and that law is very dangerous. If you have heard about it, maybe I'll get time and I'll come and tell you about that immigration law, because it is being brought into parliament. And I know those guys because they are people of choir, they sing the choir, nasikiaga ni choir before the prayers. We are going to see them rubber stamping that thing. So let me not talk too much. Naona msimamo wako hapo.
Unajua
Thank you, Joseph.
lazima ningojee ruhusa kutoka kwa
Thank you.
host.
Wacha tupate msimamo.
Unajua mmezungumza mengi kwa kweli, lakini haswa pale paliponikosha moyo wangu ni kwa huyu Njeri. Anasema mimi 2007 sisemi kitu, lakini sasa nimekuja kurealize kwamba mambo hayaendi sawa, yaani kwamba kuna mafungu mawili wala si matatu, na kuna fungu la wenye navyo na fungu la wale walalahoi. Kwa hiyo nimfundishe tu msemo mmoja wa Kiswahili hapa kwamba wale wenye navyo tuache hivyo, lakini wale ambao sasa ni sie ambao ndo walengwa, ndo tunakuwa kanga wenye chongo, tunafukulia wenye macho. Na hiki kibarua cha kuwa kanga wenye chongo kufukulia wenye macho tumekianza muda mrefu, hususwa si kuona rejimu ya kiongozi wa taifa wa kwanza mzee Kenyatta, kwa sababu na mimi pia enzi hizo nilikuwa kama vile kama dada yangu hapa Linda, lakini nikabahatika kupiga kura 2007, ila sasa nilishuhudia ya 92 ile ya mlolongo. Sio kama Joseph uliishuhudia hiyo kura, yaani wananchi mnaenda kwa uchaguzi, mnapiga foleni, yule ataibuka na foleni ndefu ndiye mshindi. Lakini kukawa pia kuna kizaazaa hivyo hivyo cha yale makaratasi ambayo ya kama ulishuhudia Joseph, wakati huo masanduku tukiyashuhudia maporini huko yakifanywa mambo. So swala la uchaguzi kwa kweli halijaanza leo, limeanza muda mrefu. So tukisema wapi huwa ilipotupiga, basi tuanzie huko mbali. Tangezo enzi, akina nani waliweza kupalilia hii mbegu? Ni watu ama ni viongozi wa desturi gani wa namna gani ambao waliweza kupalilia hii mbegu ya kutompa mwananchi uhuru wa kujichagulia kile ambacho kinamfaa? Kwa maana hiyo ndo katiba, kwamba ifikapo kiwango fulani cha miaka, basi kama wananchi wanapewa nafasi ya kuweza kuangalia na kutathmini wale waajiri, je, wamefanya kazi kulingana na matarajio yao ama hawajafanya kazi, na kama hawajafanya kazi ile ambayo ni husika, basi wapate nafasi ya kuweza kuweka viongozi wengine. But wale ambao pia wamefanya kazi nzuri wapewe nafasi ya kuweza kuendeleza pia haswa yale mazuri ambayo wako nayo. So kiukweli hapa tuangalie na kina nani walipalilia hii mbegu. Ni hawa ambao waliamini wakikusanya basi wao ndio kusema. Ukiwa na pesa wewe ndio kusema, you are the big boss. Kwa hiyo wakaanza kutuintafia, wakabuild huo uoga kwamba usimguse, maana ukimgusa navyo atakufanya ambacho unaona. So ndio hii generation ambayo kaka yangu Joseph nakubaliana iko mara nyingine kwamba ilikuwa nyamazi mno, yani mambo yanaharibika lakini bado wamenyamaza. Ila tu ni watetee kwa kitu kimoja. Kwa nini walinyamaza? Ni kwa sababu elimu nayo halikuwa haijapevuka vile kiasi kwamba imefikia kiwango ambacho tunacho sasa hivi cha hawachepukizi wa sasa hivi. Alafu pia bado tulikuwa tuko katika vuguvugu lile la kwamba bado tuna vuguvugu lile la ukoloni. So hawa viongozi wakapalilia hii mbegu, wanakusanya na wanaamini kwamba katika kukusanya kule wale watawaamini kwa kufungamana nao basi wako salama, but wale watakiuka haswa yale mapendekezo yao na mapenzi yao, basi wao ndio wanakuwa adui. Ukiona haswa yale yalifanyika 1992, lakini pia haswa katika historia ya masuala ya kina mzee wetu hayati mzee Matiba na kina hayati Raila na wengine ambao wako hai, walipojaribu kuja na sauti ambayo ni gongana na serikali, basi walikiona. Ndio wale ambao wengine waliingizwa kwa torture chambers, unaona. So katika ile hali, lakini wananchi bado waliamini kwamba tunamwamini, ni mtukufu, ni mtu ambaye kiongozi ambaye anatija, yani yeye akisema mzee amesema, basi hakuna mwingine ambaye anaweza fungua mdomo kumpinga. So katika hiyo hali nafikiri ndio ilileta hili kwamba watu wasipojaribu power, wakiondoka ndani ya power, kutokana sasa wana hiyo hali kwamba ni wachache ambao wanafaidi kutokana wanafungamana nao. Kwa hata hao watakoteuliwa katika kazi husika, basi wanateuliwa kwa ajili ya kuweza kusimama katika zile ngazi kwa kuweza kuwatetea. Kwa hiyo ukija na nguvu na kasi yako, ukija pale unadunda, maana kuna mtu ambaye amewekwa kwa ajili ili mtu mwingine abaki katika power. Maana akitoka nje ya power, basi itakuwa heshima imevunjika, lakini vile vile kama kutakuwa kuna mambo ambayo hayafungamani vizuri, maybe kesi zinaweza kuuliwa. So hiyo mbegu ikabaki kupaliliwa, na ikapalilia pia nao na chepukizi wake ambao wakati huo nao walizuka, wakaona haswa kwamba huo ndio mfumo wa siasa ambayo itakuwa na tija. Hawakupata nafasi mpaka na kupata nafasi ni muda huu ambao tunaushuhudia sasa hivi, kwamba bado tunapelekwa katika huo mfumo wa zamani wa zama hizo, kutokana haswa baba wa taifa mzee hayati mzee Moi aliweza kuipalilia Unaona, so wale walikuzwa katika hiyo hulka bado wanaamini hiyo ndio ilikuwa sasa ndio mfumo wa uongozi thabiti na uongozi ambao unaheshimika, na that's why unakuta sasa hivi katiba yetu imekuwa kisogo kwa mambo mengi tu, japo kwamba haswa imetulenga kama wananchi, imetupa nguvu na sauti, lakini sauti ile je, inakandamizwa na kina nani? Ni hawa viongozi wa janja ambao wanatufanya sisi sasa kuwakanga wenye chongo, kufukulia wenye macho. Yaani tunalazimishwa tuwaamini viongozi wetu, hata MCAs, MPs wale wanakuja sasa vibaraka wale, tuwaamini kwamba kile wanatuzungumzia ndicho ambacho kina maana zaidi, wala si hichi ambacho tumewachagulia ambacho wametuahidi sasa, na tumewapeleka bungeni kwa ajili hiyo. Wanaacha, wakifika kule kuna ward master plans, lazima warudi huku sasa kivingine kutupa mapi. So wametuzuisha hiyo hali. Unakuta tukitengezwa maendeleo kidogo, tunamuimba kiongozi ni huyu, akifanya akiiba huko juu, akipigwa mshindo, anakambilia kwa jamii kwamba wao sisi tumelengwa, na sisi wananchi pia tunaingia katika hiyo kwamba mtu wetu, kama mtu wetu hatafanyiwa hivi na hivi na hivi, basi jamii sisi so tumetumika kwa huo muda haswa. Unaona, so nadhani tofauti sasa ambayo inatupa matumaini ni hawa vijana wetu wa leo, akina Linda na wengine, kwamba sasa kutokana na usomo umeweza kukua, si kama pale mwanzo. Pili, uhuru ambao umepiganiwa haswa na viongozi wetu, kwamba uhuru kama huu ambao sasa hivi tunapata nafasi ya kuweza kujadili kwa pamoja, uhuru wa kuweza kuzungumza, unaona, umesaidia pakubwa, na ukuaji wa mtandawazi, kila kitu kiko paruanja. Alafu pia ukosefu wa ajira ambao sasa wengi wamesoma kweli kwa bidii, lakini mwisho wa siku ajira kama alivyozungumza kwamba zinapeanwa sasa kibaguzi. So unakuta mtu yuko pale pale anafanya kazi, anauza kiosk ama na saloon ama na nini, lakini mtu ambaye amesoma ana uwezo na tajriba, lakini kupata nafasi ile kuweza kuendeleza kile kipawa hakuna, kwa sababu already kuna watu ambao wameweza kuteuliwa kutokana na haswa ujamaa ama udugu ama na kadhalika. So kwa kweli matumaini yangu yapo haswa katika hiki kizazi kipya, kwa maana wameona haswa kwamba taifa hili linafaa liongozwe kikatiba namna hii, na ndio maana kuna hasa kumezuka mambo mengi. Wanasiasa wengi sasa wameangia kizungumkuti haswa na hawa vijana, kwa sababu hawatabiriki, hawasomeki, yani so inakuwa ni maswali, lakini mwisho wa siku matumaini yetu haswa kama sisi millennials na wengine tuko hapa kwa hawa vijana kwamba wataweza kutupa mwanga, kwa sababu katiba ikifuatwa kikamilifu, hakika basi hatutashuhudia waporaji, hatutashuhudia haya tunaona abduction, hatutashuhudia haswa kwamba hospitali hazina madawa, wala elimu bado ni ya kupewa basari. Miaka 60 tangia uhuru, bado mzazi haswa ama mwanafunzi anategemea kusoma through bursaries, lakini ikifika wakati wa kuenda kwa mikutano, viongozi wanabeba 4.5 million kwa Nyota Fund. So mimi nitamalizia kwa kusema hivi, utofauti wa hili jimu, mimi peke yangu naweza nikasema wanafukuza manyani yako kwenye miti, wanaacha shambani. Gen Z mtusaidia haswa kuendelea na huu mfumo haswa wa niko kadi, lakini iko kadi tuhakikishe kwamba tumetoka kama nzige. Ikifika wakati huo, bwana we, hata kama kutakuwa kuna bola kusukuma na mkono, lakini kama ni yale ndio yashuhudia 2002, kiukweli hakika ushindi tutakuwa nao na mabadiliko ya kweli tutakuwa nao, lakini iko katika mikononi ya hawa Gen Z na viongozi ambao wanania swafi na hili taifa. Maana nyani hawa wamejikusanya msitu mmoja, wamejikusanya sehemu moja na jangwani. Wewe tukiwaruhusu warudi kwenye miti, tusilaumiane, kwa sababu waporaji sasa hivi wote wamejiunga pamoja, wenye uchu na tamaa madaraka wote sasa hivi wameshikana pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba wamenyana hapa, wamefungamana hapo, na kila lugha na kila vitendo na kila kitu wanakifanya kwa muda huu. Mauniversity yatajengwa, maviwanja atafanya kila kitu. Hao wote ni nyani wamejikusanya sehemu moja. Tusiwape jamani nafasi ya kurudi tena kwenye miti, hao watatusumbua. Papa hapa jangwani tumaliza nao, maana uongo, hakuna miti. na hapana pa kujificha. Asante.
Asante sana Msimamo for your contribution. Kuna vitu ambavyo mmeguzia kama hiyo ya kusema mtu wetu. Leo nimeona pale Coast kuna our leaders wa Coast wamesema pia like it's like they're also fighting for their position in Ruto's government already in 2027. Then they were like they want Joho to deputize Ruto. Hii mambo ya mtu wetu, I think to some extent it is the one that is ruining the politics of Kenya. If we just decide to stand as one nation, which is the issue that we are trying to eradicate as Gen Zs, hii mambo ya kusema mtu wetu ndio kitu ambacho tunataka ku do away with, because
Naweza ingilia kidogo hapo kwa watu wa Mombasa, dadangu kidogo, samahani. Kwa hiyo kauli ya iliyofanyika kule Kilifi, kwa nini wamezungumza hivi? Naweza ingilia kidogo tu kama sekunde 30 hivi, kama utaniruhusu.
Yes, go ahead please.
Yes, asante. Unajua kuna kizungumkuti haswa katika chama cha ODM.
Ni mimi peke yake simsikii Msimamo ama ni network yangu?
Yes, we
Msimamo
can hear.
kwani umeenda ODM?
Msimamo ameenda na Uburu.
Okay, you can ask the question, Varari.
Oh, it was about this mtu wetu narrative in Kenya.
Njeri to go or me first?
How do you feel? Unafeel wewe uanze ama Njeri aanze?
Okay, please Joseph, please go ahead.
Mimi sijui ni mtu wa kina nani ama ni mtu mgani. I think me and Jerry, because of our names, because my last name is the same as the tribe Jerry is coming from. We can be told we have been in government for how long? They can say we have been in government for 35 years. But let me assure you, we have been in that government, but I've not seen a change in my life. The change that I would like to see, I've not seen it. The closest I came to see change in my life was only in the 10 years that I knew. But in the other 25 years, most of the other 15 years of Kenyatta, I was not there. So I could not say anything. But I'll talk about the years that I've been there. The 10 and the 10. I have not seen anything that has changed me completely. The only thing that I've seen, they have built roads which are leading to our areas. And those roads, if you look at them, in the 10, I think we can give a pass kidogo, because even how that road which was built, do you imagine Thika Road was built, the amount of money that was used to build Thika Road, and the amount of money that has been used to extend that Thika Road to Nyeri, Marwa, the place we call Marwa. If you look at the estimation and the cost, and then you come and tell me that ni ati ni mtu wetu tunalinda. Me, I never linda mtu wangu. Mimi si mtu wangu, mimi ni mimi. na marafiki zangu, lakini si mambo na mtu wangu ati huyu ako hapo juu. He does not know anything about you. Wewe shinda hapo, utashinda hapo ukisema mtu wako. I hear even others say that ati pesa inalala sijui wapi, wanaanua stima sijui wapi. That is the kind of politics that I'm seeing this Gen Z want to change. They are the kind of politics that are nonsensical. You have even seen them going to further and going at it in insults. You know, when you look at the situation that is happening, you become very frustrated and very worrying and very worrisome, because how can a full president, a symbol of national unity, go on top of a car and start throwing insults that even my kid, I cannot like them to hear? Yani kuna maneno ambayo huwezi kataka mpaka wale wadogo wako nyuma yako wasikie. So and this is the kind of sort of shenanigans and rhetorics and useless things that we need to shed off. And one of them is that one you are saying, Varari, about mtu wangu. That is a very sick and old narrative that needs to have been left behind. And I think more so the Gen Z have tried to pass this message to our generations, the ones who have been quiet. I know Njiru amekuwa hapa, and we have been the generations which have been blatantly passing through this, na tumekuwa sisi ndio tumenyamaza sana, but this generation has come and they are very, I say they are very woke, and they talk about the issues that are beforehand, and they talk with the zeal. You know, I wherever may come, I think also the people who are fighting for the liberation, the Gen Z have taken it. You know, we say there was the first liberation, and then we are talking about the second one, and now we are talking about the third liberation. I think that this one is going to be the biggest of all the two of them before. And if they can be able to see it through, I think Kenya is going to change. It is going to change to another level that you can never think of. I think the change that is coming, if that is what we are going to face in 2027, I can assure you Kenya will change, and it will change completely, because this youth, they have decided that, you know, mnaongea kuhusu tu Gen Z, you're forgetting there is another generation which is called Alpha, na pia hao si ati ni wachache kuliko Gen Z. Also them, they are very woke and they are very articulate in what watoto wadogo, enda uwaongeleshe tu kidogo hivi, they are going to tell you things. I don't think hata mimi nikiwa mtoto ningefanya hizo mambo. You even wonder what was happening to us when we were kids. And these kids, they are very bright, and they are very articulated in their own, even the way they talk. Unapata mtoto wa miaka 3 anakuambia mambo mpaka unastuka. So I think it is changing with the time. But one thing I can pray for the country is, let us give this youth a chance, please, kwa sababu wanajua vile wanataka kwa maisha yao. Let's give them a chance. And me, I said, wherever I'm going to see these young people, they are trying to rise and enter into the space of politics. Me, I'm just going to give them a chance, because it means for the people who have been before us, they were not able. Walishindwa na kazi. Let us try to give. Imagine we still have a person who is turning 90 years and is still in charge of the labor. He's still in charge of the labor. What do we call the labor? Is mambo za labor. He's in charge. Ashinde akiambia shenzi hapo. He's approaching 90 years. When we should be having a youthful person in that seat, talking about how people are going to form labor coalitions, and how they are going to be helped in terms of employment. One more thing that makes me angry is, as we are talking about this whole mtu wetu, we have been having factories that were there. The mtu wetu syndrome, there is a person called Moses Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi. if they were the Mutuetu syndrome and they were supposed to help their people, there is 2 factories which have never been revived in their own backyard, and they have fallen, and now even they are completely shut down. One is even falling right now, and I don't know if it is ever going to rise up. If you are talking about the Mutuetu syndrome, the other guys, I heard that they are fishing in Lake Victoria, but the fish processing factory iko Thika. Do you imagine that the fish processing factory iko Thika, lakini samaki inafishiwa Kisumu? So this Mutuetu syndrome is very, it's a very laid back kind of scenario, and I am hoping, that's why I'm saying, I hope for these young people that they are going to change all these narratives, because these narratives have been been dangerous to us as individuals, and that's how this Mutuetu syndrome turns to become a tribal outfit. You start hearing, hapana, sisi tutapigia huyu mtu wetu, tutasupport huyu mtu wetu mpaka mwisho, and that is what happens. After we do that, we go to every cycle. Tuko na corruption, tuko na unemployment, tuko na kila kitu. So mimi mambo ya mtu wetu, mimi Barari nitaiachia hapo. Juu ni mambo naona kuna watu wengi sana wameingia, wacha tu niachie tu hapo.
Valerie, can I say something? Valerie, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. You can say something. I have to part Mbudi, no problem.
Yeah, you can say before Bundi, maybe because amekuja sahi. Yeah, you can go ahead, Linda.
Okay, thank you so much for this again beautiful opportunity. Sasa tunaongelelea mtu wetu. How many are I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay, 7. Nani hapa kati yetu sio corrupt? Tamane tu ukweli. Nani hapa kati yetu would not, okay, number one is not corrupt. Number 2, who would not want to benefit from corruption? Number 3, who would not maybe want to benefit from mtu yao through corruption? Nani? Somebody?
Kipril.
Yes, I can confirm.
Msimamo.
I've never received a bribe.
Msimamo nipo.
Kipril.
You've never received one. Would you like to receive one?
I think at my age, I don't think a bribe can satisfy me. Unajua sasa kuna mtu miaka akifika, bribe will not make you. So yeah, so wengine wetu sasa tumepita level ya kukua bribed sasa. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So corruption na mtu wetu, because when you speak about mtu wetu, it narrows down, number 1 to tribalism and 2 to corruption. I hope we're at par with that from there, because the mtu wetu shenanigan, we want to benefit from this person. Yeah, we want to benefit from getting some kind of favors from them. We want to benefit from maybe being prioritized when their jobs or government tenders. Yeah. So I always say what I strongly believe in, human beings will never say never. Somebody will come and say, even if you elect me, I can never loot government. I can never loot the country's resources. I can never. But let me tell you, when you're in that power, when you are maybe in that position, you will. And like, you will want to deny it the same way Judas betrayed, or he denied Jesus. No, who? No, Peter. He denied him, yeah? But it's just for formality. But once you are up there, my friends, You will want it, and you will want to benefit from mtu yenu, and you will want to benefit from corruption. Yeah? I know it's a very sensitive topic, amwezi kubaliana for now, but chini ya maji mi najua hata huyu nani ni Korir mwenye amesema ni venye tu hajaikuwa in a position to, otherwise if he was on top there, in one or the other you will want to benefit from corruption. Okay, some call it constructive corruption, but how will it be constructive if one, mnajisaidia na mnasahau wengine? So that is a very sensitive topic to start again. So them to let me go on to them to thing. Tribalism may not completely die in Kenya, but what I can say is that it can be mitigated. You know, the more we vote for policies and performance rather than ethnicity, the weaker there will be ethnic divisions, and the weaker people who want to be aligned with them to politically will also be less and less active. So we have the chance to redefine the Kenyan politics by valuing leadership, and not just leadership, but quality leadership and quality development, other than the issue that comes down to them to. For example, we see with the Mombasa issue that was in the Citizen News today about the Mombasa community wanting Joho to represent them. Why? Because they want some favors in government. They want this person. They want, actually ni kama they are using him as a scapegoat. Wanataka wamweke pale kwa sababu wanajua akiingia pale, the people in the Mombasa region, they will always benefit from favors and corruption, which is always there. So yes, tribalism in Kenya is deeply rooted. It's very deeply rooted. But the initiative with them to path, my friend, like we have to, sijui tutafanya aje to mitigate and find a leeway on how to stop them mtu wetu, because mimi kama ningekuwa na mtu wetu mahali my friend, mi saizi ningekuwa maybe in the global cities somewhere, you know, enjoying public money or something. But sasa juu sina mtu wetu, I am in my humble house where I am living the life but it always comes down to people wanting to benefit. And it's human nature, because who does not want to benefit? Everybody wants to benefit. But now the issue comes in when a section of people who only want to benefit themselves only, but they leave the greater common good, because sasa mkijibenefit, you and you alone, you will always stack up riches and riches and riches, but you will forget to develop this other side of the society. So yes, it may never vanish completely, but we as the young generations, the way we said, we are leaderless, we are faceless, we are blah 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 blah, we have to do away with them mtu wetu shenanigan. Otherwise, kama wewe uko na mtu mahali na unaweza benefit from them mtu wetu, please benefit as much as you can. Please benefit, kwa sababu there is no shortcut anyway. Again, how you are benefiting will always come down to tribalism. Back to you, Valerie.
Okay, thank you. So Linda ametuambia this mtu wetu thing is inaletwa na it's based on how people benefit from that mtu wao, but this is the syndrome that we are trying to eradicate. Yeah, we cannot finish it completely, but we can mitigate so that tukishatoa this mtu wetu syndrome, everyone, like, if we remove this mtu wetu syndrome, we will not be voting just based on tribe. We will vote with the collective interest which are affecting the common mwananchi. I think we were speaking about what happened in Mombasa today when the people were saying that Joho should be the one deputizing Ruto in 2027, and Msimamo had something to say before internet yake ipotee. Msimamo, karibu.
Asante dadangu kwa kunipa tena fursa hii, lakini pia ni msalimie ndugu yangu hapo Alex na kaka yangu hapa Kip, alafu na Ann kule upande wa comment section na wengine. Unajua, acha niwaambie kweli, hapa ni jamaa wanategeana akili, lakini kila mtu ana msimamo wake. Viongozi wetu wa pwani wameamua kusimama na UDA, that's the only, hiyo tu ndio kweli. So hawa unaona wana demand kwamba tunataka hii, they are part of ODM. Sidhani kama wanamaanisha hivyo, kwa sababu already dalili zinajionyesha kwamba upande ule wa pili mambo yanaenda sawa. Upande wa Nyanza tumeona Gladys Wanga pale airport, tumeona mambo mengi yamefanyika Nyanza sasa hivi tangia hii safari ya kiongozi wetu wa taifa.
Msimamo dakika
Mambo
moja.
mengi.
Can somebody add Joseph is requesting huko chini kwa alianguka na kwa huko nyuma ya tent. Can somebody add him up? Endelea Msimamo.
Asante kaka. So unakuta kwamba hapa ni vuta mvute kuvute, kwa sababu sidhani kama the team akina Gladys Wanga, akina Mbadi na akina Wapionda wataweza kuachilia hii power, kwa sababu wana demand 50, na kama ni 50 kiti ya deputy president ipatikane kutoka huko. So wao ndo wenye nguvu, ndo wameshika ODM, ndo everything. Hawa kina Joe na hao wengine wafuasi ambao wako hapa pwani wanalipi, na wao pia ni kanga wenye chongo wafukulia wenye macho. So katika hii hali nimeona kwamba dalili ya kwanza kwamba viongozi wetu wameamua kusimama na UDA ni paa kuvunjwa haswa, kwamba paa imeamua haswa, na hiyo ni chama ya Kilifi county, ama ni chama ambayo pia iko na maarufu haswa, tunaweza tukasema kwa kiasi kikubwa ni chama ya pwani, lakini ishanyamazishwa kabisa, meaning kwamba as from Kwale, Kilifi na Niwa wameamua kusimama na UDA. Kwa hiyo ni njia ya kujitoa tu pale, kwa sababu wanajua fika tayari Joe hatapewa hii deputy wa rais, hataweza kupewa. So hii kwamba wanazungumza hivi ni kwamba ni kama safari wanatupa bye bye na wanarudi either kwa UDA kama ambavyo ndio stand zao, kimtazamo wangu haswa. Kwa hiyo haya malumbano ni kama jamaa wanataka kutafuta kiki ya kujiondoa kwa ODM, alafu ODM tabaki tu vile vile kwamba ni chama cha Luo Nyanza kama tulivyotabiri kwamba kitakuwa ni cha regional party, na kinaelekea hapo, kwa sababu ukisikiza viongozi wake the way wanazungumza katika hii mikutano yote, yani hakuna siku moja wanazungumzia kwa niaba ya sehemu nyingine. Wao wameamua broad based na UDA, na broad based government yao ni kwamba ni because ya maendeleo ya watu wao, na wao wamechoka swa kuweza kuwa opposition. It's their time to be in government, meaning kwamba wanazungumzia tu kwa hiyo eneo moja, na pia ukiangalia misururu ya mikutano na zile huduma zinatengenezwa kule ni tofauti na maeneo mengine, meaning kwamba it's now becoming an regional party, mtazamo wangu. Kwa hivyo hawa wa pwani ambao ni ODM ya pwani ni kama inapiga bye bye, kwa sababu Urena pia imefanya stand, inarudi kwa UDA kutokana na vyenye viongozi wote, haswa mimi nikiwa huku, wao wamesimama hapo. Kitofauti ni mwananchi hajasimama na wao, hapo ndo kuna kizungumkuti pia, but wao viongozi wamesimama hapo. Nafikiri nitaachia hapo, asante.
Asante Msimamo. I can see Kip and Bundi in the building. Nani nataka kuanza, Kip ama Bundi? Tupate pia mchango wenu leo.
Let me go
Unmute your mic.
Let me go first. Ilikuwa imeleta hapa juu ni Joseph. Kuna kitu Joseph alisema that was important, but after listening to the lady, sijui ni Linda ama ni nani, I want to rebut on her. I've listened to her, and my nature is there are things that I question, and especially the politics of the young people. I used to buy into this narrative of partyless, tribeless, but the more I came to decipher it, the more I've come to understand it is also visionless. Because sometimes when I was listening, more especially on the X lately, how and where they stand and where they were going, I get confused. Now, for instance, my sister says, we are all beneficiaries of corruption. We can never kill corruptions. If you get a chance, milk it as much as you can. Then she ends up saying, but we can mitigate it. You know, there's a lot of confusion when we go that route. And it really boils down to, do we really know what we want? If we conclude that corruption is here to stay, okay, there is nothing we can do. And then a few minutes later, we forget and say we can mitigate it. But then we conclude too that all of us, no matter what, if we have an opportunity, we will milk corruption. I don't think those statements, we have people, in all honesty, they may not be many, okay? Or not just they may not be many, because they are quiet and they are not able to project their pain on how maybe they've gone through political traumas because of the current situation in Kenya, vile, it operates. And because they cannot come out and be able to say that people speak their stories where they feel safe. And therefore, as a non-corrupt person who is able to come out of a government that's very corrupt, it becomes difficult again to say you're sorry because, again, you're putting yourself in a periphery. So the fact that these people do not come out and project themselves on what they have seen and the trouble they have gone through does not mean Kenya does not have people who have never been corrupt and who can never take a bribe and who, given an opportunity, can actually put this country into a proper functional, country. Secondly, I do agree with you, the way the system is structured, it looks impossible. Okay? And actually, what we bought into, and we thought it was going to help us as a country move forward, decentralization of resources has become actually the epic of the same corruption. For instance, my sister did say very correctly, corruption has a twin, which is also tribalism. And if you look the way the county government was formulated, from the 8 region and finally coming to 47, which actually became the districts the way they were. And these districts were actually names that were derived, just maybe few that are not, but most of them are derived from our local dialects or a particular dialect and having a particular meaning. So, but it's almost impossible, whether you like it or not, to go to Kisii, where I come from, and you're a Luo, and you say, now let's kill tribalism, and now somebody can come there, like Mbadi, and say, I want to become a governor. It will be easier for a Muzungu, who is out of the country, to become a governor in Kisii or a Muhindi or somebody from Congo than maybe somebody from Luo Nyanza or somebody from even the Kuria or Maragoli who almost speak the same as Kisi. So, I mean, the complex nature of these two now brings me to my point that I wanted to bring earlier before my sister spoke about corruption and how it's almost impossible for us to root it, which I disagree that that's a conversation we should have and acknowledge that corruption can be rooted out. It's not part and parcel of our society, and it's only a benefit of a few people, not everybody. And let's not think that everybody has a test or desires to be corrupt. There are people who detest it. There are people who have gone to hospital and be told to pay a bribe and they have gone home to die. They rather die than pay a bribe to be treated. Trust me, there are many people who have done that. It's only that we do not have their records. Now, when we talk about Mutuwetu, the problem with this issue of Mutuwetu Joseph is the definition. My sister did say we need to redefine. You cannot redefine what you have never actually defined. Now, let me ask you, Joseph, for you and me as a voter or somebody on the lower echelons of the society when it comes to resources, access of resources, when we talk about Mutuwetu, we think of tribe. Do you think when Ruto talks about Mutuwetu, he thinks of tribe? The definition of Mutuwetu as projected by the media to me and you is a tribe. But when it comes to Mutuwetu in the political class, which is a privileged minority in the country, Kalonzo, Uhuru, Ruto, Odingas, the Mutuwetu. You have seen what Winnie Odinga's done to us. Did she do that because she's a Luo? She has something to protect. So when we talk about Mutuwetu, we must distinct that when politicians talk about Mutuwetu, they do not mean the tribe. They might put people in positions, more especially institutions that matter, for what is called loyalty. But beyond that, there is that Mutuwetu that we have refused to acknowledge. And sometimes it does confuse us. And if we were to go that we want to go tribeless and detribalize Kenya today, then we have to be honest in this conversation that the formation that we support in this forum mostly, it's grounded and rooted in a tribal basis so that we can be able also to deal with the other tribes that obviously, because that is the narrative they've carried themselves, that we will, in terms of perspective, I don't know if in reality it's true, the Luos will come together with the Kalenjins and so on and so forth, and we will be able to deal with the Kikuyus. Now, if that is the essence and we are also dealing with it, then the only alternative that we have today is not the opposition led by Matiang'i, Gachagua, Kalonzo, and Eugene Ama Natembea, so on and so forth. Then we should look beyond and ask ourselves, do we have an alternative that looks a little bit or more so tribeless with all honesty? Because the approach we are using currently, and we have no any other approach because the way the system is built right now, if you start using another approach, and yet we don't even know these young people if they are going to vote truly, then I think our fight against Ruto is dead before even we start. So this issue of saying that we can be tribeless, I don't think we have reached that point, especially as we approach this election. and with the system that we built called the county government. And the way we did not actually, devolution was never fully implemented, that the counties depends, because if you look at the counties the way they are, they produce nothing. They are funds, 100%. When Raila was saying that we need 2 factories in every, at least we can have resources or maybe revenues. Unaona mtu anatolewa security, anatolewa kwa ofisi like Natembea, after 2 days, Murkomen anakuja anafanya nini? Anamvisit, and then kesi zake zinatoka nje. Like, it is like, I'm telling you, the only formation now I'm looking, if that is what you want to buy into, maybe it is the Sifuna formation. But on my formation that I support, and the reason I'm supporting that, my formation, is because I believe the only man that can be able to take the votes of the mountain from Ruto completely is Gachagua, and I must support him to the end. And that's my only hope, that the mountain must get out of Ruto for us to, wrestle him. I am using a tribal mortgage mathematics, because that's what Ruto used to get into power. That is what he's used to form the current, again, coalition that he's using with ODM. And if we use anything apart from that, we are losing. But thank God the Sifuna formation looks like it is being bought by even the older generation who never wanted to get out of tribalism. So if we can all coalesce and say, okay, now, let's go to this formation and see what it can bring. But do you think that is possible? Do you think the Gachagua and the rest of this formation are going to actually allow the Sifuna to take over? Unfortunately, when I look at these things in TikTok again, we go back to the same problems that we have been having, and Ruto is using that in a vigorous way again, not to allow Sifuna and Babu Owino, so that their narrative can be the dominant as we suppress the tribal politics, as the infighting between this formation and this formation continues. So I hope the young people, as they came out to go and say Linda Kura, and as they start that formation, they will be serious and understand that the only hope they have that is national, that they can sway people into, maybe it's the Sifuna, maybe. But he hasn't reached a point whereby I have confidence in Sifuna. Because why? Because Ososi anafanya hivi. Na Amisi ako hivi. When Odinga disappointed me, do they have the stamina to stay strong? I don't know. But at least I can vouch for Gachagua right now. Maybe he can stay strong. Maybe 65%. But for the Sifunas, bado niko na shida. So I still have the tribal mathematics towards this election, and I think that's the only option I have for me. And that is why I'm saying, when we say mtu wetu, for us we are looking at the tribal, sisi, mimi na wewe. But for them, after mtu wetu ameingia, they are not going to look at the tribe. The beneficiaries of today in Ruto's government are not Kalenjins, and they will tell you. In fact, they benefited more when Uhuru was there, because when Munya became the Minister for Agriculture, mahindi ilipanda almost to 4,000 bag. But today, they are really suffering. So mtu wetu has 3 definitions, and those 3 definitions are to confuse us. Mtu wetu is not a tribe. Mtu wetu is different to politicians, and we must deal with the definition of the politician, not our definition, if we have to win against them.
Thank you, Bundi. We'd like also to hear from Kip. After Bundi, we want to hear from Kip. Kip, can you hear me? You turn your mic on.
We keep it real. Umepotelea hapo.
Okay. Ama amelala. Maybe he has slept in the middle of. Joseph. Hapa comment section.
Valerie, one thing ningetaka kuuliza Alex, sorry if you give me a chance. I would like to
It's
ask
okay, no worries.
Alex a question because maybe sijakuwa around for this Akina Sifuna rallies. Like the last one, I was not able even to watch it, so I'm still in confusion. I would like to understand what I see. Kipril amekuja, wacha kwanza aongee. I'll ask Alex.
Keep, please unmute your mic.
Oh, sorry, najua sikuwa hapa. What happened? Sorry. Najua nimetoka nje kidogo. I was supposed to say something.
Or you are the next. Yeah, you're supposed to talk
Oh,
about after Bundi.
sorry, nilikuwa nimetoka kidogo. Let me just elaborate. Abduction of Tuju. I can start that. Huo mtu alijikidnap bana. Sorry. Unfortunately, sometimes we have to go to the realities of how we are. Sometimes looking at our side only makes it uneven. So let me explain my thoughts here. There is somebody that is trying to get that property off him that is connected to Ruto. And that person is a proxy for Ruto and used goons and used police to try and force him. Mr. Tuju owed money to the banks to pay for that property. It's about almost $500 million worth of it. It's a beautiful property. I've seen it. It's very, very beautiful to tell. Again, this is those zile pesa za usharati. How do you just all of a sudden afford to buy property like that as a CS? So Tuju with desperation akaona afanye theatrics and decided to disappear himself. They got him, took him to the police station, akasalamiwa hivi kidogo kidogo. So it's both sides. I can see it's theatrics from both sides. Now, what panicked Akina the Ruto side is the fact that, of course, the Luo nation did not like what's been happening to Tuju, and even with the story about his abduction caused almost stuff in walikuwa wameanza kufanya ma strike huko. So for me, it is something I would not pay attention to. I mean, like, why is it just one man, yet people like Junet, people like Wanga, people like Njoho, all the people that have been watching. ODM is supposed to be a party of the people. They've always been known for that. How come they don't care about the youths that have been killed in 2024 to 2025? Tumewasahau aje? How do we forget about these people who've died? How do we forget about people of ODM who died? Let me tell you one thing. Yeah? There is one thing that I hate to say, but I have to say because it's the truth. There was no one point in time the late Raila Amolo Odinga went to funerals za mtu mdogo. Walikuwa naenda kwa watu wakubwa kubwa, where mtu mkubwa akiwa na shida Raila would rush there, whether it's the Mongiki head alikuwa ameshikwa kwa police station, Raila would rush there. When somebody of significant political affinity would have problems, it is just tradition about, you can see as wananchi tuko peke yetu. Because you can see these fights are amongst themselves. Tuju has been attacked, Gideon Moi has been attacked there. We are supposed to feel some type of way about it. Yet, sisi watu wa chini, tukienda maandamano tunauliwa, tunafieko huko, like we are just pawns to them. So it's double standards. I feel bad for him that the property is being taken. But again, I need to know how he got that property when he was CS. Alipata hiyo pesa yaje, hiyo pesa yote haraka. These are the questions that I sit behind the curtain and just let's understand. Tunachezwa kama wananchi ama tunafanywa nini? I want to hear people talk like Sifuna, where I have 1,700,000 is enough for me to live as a member of parliament. Wameshanitengenezea mortgage ya nyumba niko nayo, pesa yenye imebaki hapo inabakia kidogo ya happy. That is it. That's enough. When I hear leaders start talking like that, I don't want to come when from Uhuru's time to now, when you are hearing people are worth, how much are you worth? I'm worth 2 billion. I'm worth 1 billion. I'm worth 200 million, 500 million. Some big amounts of money is in a tupo everywhere. People are just worth loads of money here. Hakuna hata mtu mmoja hapo chini hapo tunasikia amepatiwa kazi kama hii. So, for me, it's all theatrics from both sides. And the focus has been pushed from the real thing. Things we should be discussing is the IEBC. I think we talked about that yesterday. I think I gave Njeru the clip. Kulikuwa na mkutano hapo London with Martha Karua. I asked her about it. And it seems the oppositions have a strategy, but the strategy has got nothing to do with opening up the servers or looking at the technological aspects of it. Wamerudi tu factory settings. Wamesema sasa wananchi tunafaa kulinda kura zetu. We are supposed to, like, for me it doesn't. I still feel a bit scared. I still feel very scared. The moment that happened in 2002 is what they're trying to recreate with Ruto. But we all know Ruto is not Moi. Moi had aged. And by the way, guys, before 82, Moi was not a bad leader. Alistuka tu hivi, pap, became ruthless in the 80s and 90s. But his first few years before 82, he wasn't too bad. But Ruto from the onset, from the beginning, ametufinya, taxes ametugonga, watu wameuliwa. He's topping the charts as most corrupt person in the world. I think he's number 1 right now because the president of Syria is missing in action. As now, with this old drama, Narok was a success. I like the way the Orengo and Sifuna and Babu are driving the crowd. I appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that do not get intimidated by the police, because if you noticed what Mr. Raila used to do, he used to control where the crowds should be or where things should happen or wherever it is, and then anatoka. Naona kuna kaside discussion hapo between Jerry and Mr. Bundi. Unaongea juu ya corruption. Corruption. Joseph.
Kipo, acha nikusaidia hapo kidogo, unisaidie pia mimi. Unajua, the other day when Karoli had decided to go to a rampage. He has so many interviews lately, and Tuju too alikuwa decide to have almost like alikuwa plan almost like 12 interviews in a row with many medias, and actually the day anasema amekuwa abducted, he was supposed to go to Ramogioso. Now, if you remember post Ruto being declared as the president, if you remember very well, there was a statement that Raila and Tuju made that never came to fruition, that we all were waiting. Raila told us that Chebukati came and akamwomba bribe. You remember that? Na akasema is ready to produce that video. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then Tuju too, if you remember, and I think people need to look at that video and remember how Tuju went on a rampage. And Tuju actually, for him, he went further and said things, obviously, because I think still power was with him. And, being a Secretary General, the proximity to power for a very long time, he had not realized that once power goes, I think the coldness too, the shivers of coldness can overtake. And Tuju was one of the people who also spoke about Chebukati, about the bribes, about the script of everything on how and he said he has the concrete evidence, which he did have, because Chebukati actually also went to that very house of Tuju that today is being taken. If you remember very well,
those images are still there. We have them.
So, we still have those images. And the other day, if you don't know, there is an interview Tuju had. I don't know if it was Ramogi or which one, and he did say also in Doluo that he did also speak about the same thing, and he went even further to give even more evidence on how they are able to stop Ruto, because they understand how now the system works. Now, Karoli Omondi, when he was with Jeff Koinange on that day, when he was with Eddie Okech speaking and how he has bankrolled ODM, at some point he did say that he knows how the system works, and he was questioned on why immediately after the election, Ruto came, for his projects, Kule Suba, so on and so forth. He said he's the president. We were working with him before the election. And therefore, having won, is the president, and therefore I needed to work a project in my constituency. So, which actually, as Jeff Koinange lately does, akamkona. But it looks like there is bad blood that have gone between Karoli Omondi and Ruto, and also Eliud Owalo, because the reason these people were friends to these rebels in ODM was basically because they were fighting Raila, and they knew that Raila was going to do what? To retire. So the moment Raila agreed to do what? to greet Ruto or to have whatever handshake or brotherhood they were calling. Now, the usefulness of Eliud Owalo, remember Eliud Owalo used to peleka maragwe every weekend as a minister, but yeye alikuwa anapeleka maragwe the whole of Nyanza every weekend. I mean, kazi yake ilikuwa ni kupeleka maragwe yeye na Raymond Omolo. So the moment Raila came in and he became useless, and wakati reshuffle ilifanywa akatolewa, akaanza hata yeye anasema anaenda kuuliza presidency. Now, the issue of Tuju is not just an issue of its property. It's a political persecution of how Tuju behaved and how power should be used. The psychophancy can take you beyond. If you remember the people that frustrated Koistani mostly because Koistani was there to stand as the deputy secretary of Jubilee, the people that frustrated Koistani more than any other person was Murathe and Tuju and their proclamation. In fact, Tuju was larger than life. So whatever that is happening between Mr. Tuju and Mr. Ruto, these are people who at one time were in the same league, and they decided because of power they are going to play different leagues. And the casualty of playing in a different league is that once you lose, you must be completely flattened so that nobody can balloon you again in any way. Because Tuju, if you don't know, and anybody who doesn't know, but we all know, Tuju was used by the Kibaki government to fight Raila for a very long time, and was also used by the first term of Uhuru government again as an anti-Odinga in the Luo Nyanza. So Tuju has been a political puppet being used left and right without putting a solid ground understanding that such fights have casualties. So for me personally, yes, I pity what he is going through. But anything you do for political expediency, when your master leaves office, you will pay the consequences because power is transient. Power is not permanent. And if you gained things through power and duplicity, when your master goes out, I mean, the consequences will follow. So Tuju, I think, is one person that I don't think he was chosen in those seats by merit. Whenever he was brought in by both government, he was taken because he had the courage to say and do what most Luo Nyanza feared, to take Raila head on. But it's fortunate that they were able to reconcile with Raila in the last minute. And if Raila actually could be alive today, I think Raila, being merciful, he would have been in Tuju's house outside defending him. Unlike Oburu, who does not have mercy and does not have the test and does not forget, is like Ruto, who will not come in defense. He will just quote it somewhere in a rally. Raila could have actually come to defend him because Raila was a little bit more empathical and a little bit more human. But if you look at how Tuju politically has been used as a puppet over the years, and his rhetoric politically, when it comes to the issue of party issues, this is where people need to learn today who are in power, that power is transient. Today, you may be as powerful as you are. Look at Malala. Malala, when he was debating Olenkina the other time in the same show, JKL, when Olenkina said, "Why do you bring boys to debate me here?" Malala was speaking as if that he has facts in his fingertips. And the way Alisif Ruto and where he's taking us to is not the same Malala that you hear. Though I think some of us still believe that Ruto has planted him there. But and I don't know why Gachagua still allowed him even after what happened the other time. Walisema kuwa ameenda kuvisit when this lady from Nyandarua came and told us, and I saw again the DCP still embracing this young man. But all in all is political lifeline comes to an end. Kamodos were there. Ndolo Ayas were there. Magereos were there. And they did their job. They finished. They went. Henry Kosgei was so powerful that when Sang became a governor, one-term governor, the first-term governor, he actually burnt his tea estate, if you remember. And Sang had to be, because still Kosgei still had power. Kosgei Sang had to be taken to Kisumu, afungiwe huko kidogo to protect, because Raila was still alive, and Raila had to tetea Kosgei. But when your master is out of power, every political convenience you did for him, if he is not able to pay directly, you pay in kind for him. So whatever Tuju is paying today is because of his political frustrations that he did to Ruto for a very long time, and which actually he plans to do with Karoli Omondi. And Ruto, being a politician, will not allow that to happen when he's still, now that he has the tools of power. So let this man come out openly and say, okay, the reason why they're taking Mali yangu is because, first of all, when they realize you are a man of means and you may use your means for politics, first of all, they take your means away. And that is what they are doing. Fortunately, Karoli Omondi does not have the wealth in properties the way Tuju has. He's on a different level and out of the country, because remember, he's Harvard educated, and most of his wealth, when you realize Jeff Koinange was interviewing him, is basically amorphous. His wealth, somebody cannot give 600 million towards ODM campaign, and yet Hana Factory, Hana Nini, you cannot actually locate. So his wealth is amorphous. But Tuju's wealth is tangible. So that's why Ruto has gone for it. So the political persecution you see that Tuju is going through, let's not put it as a Luo thing or a national thing. If he played his politics well or bad, it's time for payback. Very soon, next after 2027, Sudi will pay for his, or you and me will pay for ours. That's the nature of politics. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. I think Bwana Mbudi, that one is in line. And thank you for your participation all. Yeah. So I was also evaluating maybe to chip in haraka. I was also evaluating this issue of Tuju and the predicament which are happening to him. And I was asking myself many questions, because it's like the UDA government, Mr. Ruto, they have zeroed in on Tuju, because it looks like hizi mashida zake ni kama haziishi. Yani like reza ni kama ni yetu imemulika tu, like, because stories that Tuju, I think they started 3 weeks ago.
You know how sexy property in Karen is, wewe?
Kipindi mambo gani hiyo unaongea
Wanataka hiyo
hapa?
kitu mbaya sana.
Yeah, I understand, but ni ile najiuliza politically kidogo kipe, ni ile najiuliza, yani politically,
yeah, it's greed.
No, kuna kitu nataka kuuliza because it looks like in every regime kuna kuanga na mtu wako. Even during Uhuru time kuna wale watu walikuwa wanapokonywa mali. Sasa hii wakati wa Ruto kuna wale watu reza imewamulika wapokonywe mali. Then tukiingia the next regime yetu pia kuna wale watu watamulikwa wapokonywe mali. Hadi unaanzia kujiuliza, is ownership of property in Kenya a moving target? Like ama how do people own properties? Like does it mean that your properties depend with your political atmosphere and your political well-being, such that it's like Ruto ni kama you want to push maybe these people to support him, because kitu najiuliza, if Tuju today
akuiba ya kutosha, is it the problem with him? Aliodesha bank niko na do when he was CS, so he borrowed against the bank thinking that
lakini Njiru nikisema Ruto is wiping up,
thinking that Azimio will continue power, and then he'll continue stealing the rest of it for that property equation.
So able to jurise hiyo property ya Karen, is it being repossessed in the right way? Like huyo jamani vile
in the right way, he admitted it. He admitted he had not been making payments. Then he came to the bank later on. Hapo ndio mtego ilikuwa.
So, and now you can tell
That property
alitokezea
doesn't
wapi?
make enough profit. It doesn't make enough profit for paying the banks, my friend. Hotels
No,
are
he has tried to make the payments, but the bank is refusing the payments. Or listen from, hii kesi yake imeenda for a very long time. There is a time he also had an interview. Pre his accident, this issue was there, remember. Then he says, but Maverick Aoko was explaining it also in a very funny way, that this guy alichukua this property not to be his. It was supposed to be somebody's else, but akapewa akuwe temporary custodian, but akaichukua akakaa nayo. So what the real owners did is they told the bank to refuse to take the payment so that finally they can deal with him. So what we know is that the bank has been refusing to take his payments. Even the other time he said, I have the money, take it. But the bank is refusing.
And at that level, who can defend you? Let's say like Bwana Mbudi, I have a loan somewhere which has a collateral of a building, like that dairy properties. And I want to pay, and the bank is refusing. Who can defend me in that level? Because what do you do? Because either the bank is under instruction from somewhere not to receive your money, but because I thought the work of bank is to receive money. That's what that globally. Kazi ya bank ni kupokea pesa.
The same way the bank was under instruction to give him a loan without due process. That was the problem too.
So, can I ask a question now? Can Tuju be saved from this situation? Ama tu hiyo teri iende to save his life, because I can see this guy is under complete depression. Will this guy get out of this thing?
Achana nayo tu. I would say it. Achana nayo. My opinion, leave it alone.
Okay, let me hear from Budi.
Ill-gotten gains are never the sweetest.
And there is a question which I'm asking. Is it Tuju the only Kenyan who is under such a situation now that Tuju kuna vile yani ni kama anamulikwa zaidi? Do you want to tell me that like at times when we are talking like the issues of Western, ile ya Ruto, can they go through the same havoc if it comes to like the analysis of asset? Because inakaa hii asset ya Tuju imeanaliziwa sana hadi marupo zote zikapatikana to the extent that and I think that is the work of the government. Always serikali inatafutanga marupo, zile marupo wanaweza kukamata, you become defenseless, and then sasa hata wakianzia kukutafuta, because I'm double sure if Tuju was government oriented, angekuwa like there was a way in which he was on the side of Kasongo, huyu jamaa angesaidiwa. So I think part of the reason is standing on the reward side of the government, and the government pia ina accelerate. They might be pretending that they don't know what is happening, ni madeni hapa, but pia mimi naona serikali kuna mashindano wanadunga, wanasema huyo jamaa akimbizwe kabisa from my thinking. And that one begs me to ask something. Maybe Bwana Mbudi and Rinda Njeriwa is here, and Juria, maybe as we go to this discussion, does it mean that your political orientation actually we can determine your next status of your wealth, whether gotten well or gotten badly, however it is? Like it looks like
let me tell you, if you look at Tuju, and you need to understand what socio-political capital is. Against all odds, okay? You saw Wanga, Otienda Molo, Patrick Lumumba. You ask yourself, did Tuju have this social capital? When you see somebody stand by another person in times of persecution, and then they make a reference that if this is what you guys are doing, we are not going to board. It tells you the contacts too that Tuju has been able for a very long time to bankroll. Politics in itself is a monster. I can be with you the same way we thought Junet was with us. We thought Mbadi was with us. But for a very long time, we knew that the malls that were within ODM perpetrated the nomination, and Junet, as the director of elections, gave nomination to Ruto's people. And that is the same way we do not know for a very long time Tuju in Jubilee, was he actually bankrolling and allowing people like Wanga and so on this side to prevail? How did they build their political muscle? So the only problem that Tuju did was he went too serious. He did not play politics. And I think his hatred for Ruto was real, to a point that he didn't differentiate politics and hate. Whereas Raila knew how to walk on a thin line. One day he will tell us we are marching to State House. The next day he tells us, ngoja kidogo. By the third day, he's telling us that, look, Kenya is bigger than. Tuju had a stand about Ruto, and he remained by it. And Ruto amefika mahali ameona that, look, if this is continues, yeye na Karoli, na nani, na Orengo, truly. And you know, as these things are going, the intelligence is telling Ruto kuwa the ground, if you allow these people to touch down the ground, the perspective you're building, you are not going to get 30%. And if you're not getting 30% from these areas, it is done. So they will do anything and everything. So Tuju, kesi yake imeisha. They will do anything and everything because there are people within ODM who are scared about him. Him and Karoli Omondi coming together, and these people are moneyed, they make other people fear serious. So there is nothing Tuju can do right now to get himself out of that. Once Ruto has singled you as an enemy, he will finish you. That's the problem with Ruto. You know, if you think that these properties are going to be given back, they are not. Ngeno said about the land in Kilgoris. Ngeno could speak passionately when Uhuru was the president, but when Ruto became the president, Ngeno feared. Ngeno could speak and say, you know, this communal land, it has been taken, there are rare minerals, so on and so forth, and Ngeno is gone. And the other day we heard that, Kashagwa tell us, amenunua Fuliza, amenunua sijui nini, mpaka Nairobi hospital, ama which hospital said somebody had bought it from another country. That person denied and said, me, I've never bought that hospital. I don't know nothing about that hospital. So Ruto is after everything. And Tuju, once this thing was taken over, there is nothing he can do. If I was Tuju and I want to live a long life, I will live it. But if he's too attached to it, you know, he will die. He won't go far.
Thank you, Alex. I think Julia also has joined us here. Let us give her a chance. I think also she can weigh in on the Tuju issue. Julia, are you there? Julia. Okay, Jerry, I see you had something to say also. Can you add, because I saw you you were commenting something here down. It's like you are not satisfied with some of the answers.
No, okay, we always have different opinions, you know, and I'm so glad that we have different opinion and diverging also in our thoughts. Me, I just want Faruk Kibet to pay. I just venye tu na Mr. Bundi ameelezea vizuri sana. I mean, I've never heard such a beautiful explanation on the things that happened before for things that are happening right now to manifest. You know, people can just come here and wanahurumia mwanaume akilia. Personally, sijaona mwanaume akilia hivyo venye alilia, meaning maybe he was pained, but yeah, the guy was a move and shaker during the Kibaki time. And as Mr. Bundi has said that power is transient, I just want Sudi and Farouk Kibet to just, I don't know, they also feel what Tuju is feeling. Okay, when it comes to basic human rights, of course, no man deserves that, but he has also done more harm. I even hear he killed one of his guards because the GSU guard had an affair with his ex-wife, which, okay, hiyo sijui, maybe in private life, I don't care. But it's a lot when you see a man cry. I'm sorry for him. May he repent for his sins. But Kibet, mi tu anataka Kibet tu pia yeye asikie hivyo. Yeah, otherwise, thank you for having me in the discussion.
Thank you. Me, what I had a question for Bundi, and Bundi came here and told us, I don't know if he was meaning that we should not take the alliances or the faction of Sifuna. I did not understand that comment of Bundi about Sifuna, because me, where I had left is that they might be talking in parallel, but they are talking about the same thing that the alternative government in waiting is talking about. So mi sikuelewa sawa Budi. I think you can explain better.
No, the approach that you are saying that we are tribeless, and that is what the GNC are advocating. I was saying it's going to be a futile approach because so far the alignments we have on how we need to deal with the Ruto from the mountain, from Western, from Kisii, and all these areas, if you look at it, we cannot say it is tribeless. We are also coalescing from the tribal area because that is the approach Ruto is having. So if we say we are tribeless and we want to take the tribal mortgaging aspect out of it, I was saying it's going to be difficult on us because then these principles that we are propelling from the front, our hope is they are able to bag and bring majority of the votes from their areas. So my perspective is, at Assisi, our approach is not tribeless. Actually, it's tribeful. And I was saying, like, this idea of us denying that we are tribal, and the GNC are saying, let's be tribeless, it's going to put us on the periphery because that is what all of a sudden Gachagua being told that he is tribal. I mean, in which perspective? What do his people gain from him? All he's doing is to rally his people, and that is what we must do. If he is capable to make sure that, Kindiki's narrative, because the only reason Ruto put Kindiki there is not because he wanted Kindiki there. In fact, his alternative was a woman. Remember, he once told Gachagua in a UDA meeting that my next deputy is going to be a woman. If you remember that statement very well. But all of a sudden, he had to stick with Kindiki because he realized that if he gets out of the mountain completely, the deputy presidency, then he will have forsaken the presidency like that. So what did he do? He put a weakling there, but also playing a tribal politics. So for us, again, to deal with Kindiki so that the perspective of Ruto may not take through even 5% to 10%, we must have an aggressive Gachagua. And we cannot say that our approach to 2027 is going to be tribeless. In fact, I want Gachagua to be even more tribal if we have to take this thing from Ruto, because I rather have that approach than allow Ruto again becoming president for another 5 years, post 27. Unaelewa? So, and then I said, if that is the case, it seems that if we are saying tribeless, then I think the only option we have on the table that seems to be tribalist, because so far the way they are doing their campaign, their sensitization, walienda Busia, wakakuja Kitengela, wakaenda Kakamega, wameenda Narok. They seem to be now, where they are going also. Well, Busia and Nini seems to be Luya land, but I don't think his purpose of going to Busia was because he was a Luya. It's because it was an ODM zone with the largest amount of voters, so on and so forth. And his purpose was going to Nayo in Kakamega was because of Luyaism. But for Kitengela and for Narok, it's not all about that. So then I was telling my sister, if our approach should be tribalist, then I think the one formation to Konayo seems to be tribalist for now. And I think it's gaining foot near Sifuna. Then, and I think older generation are buying into it, which actually is a positive thing. So I was telling my sister, then that is the option we have, and we must rally to it as soon as possible. Okay? But the question is, can we trust them? Then I brought the issue of trust, because when we started that formation, we thought Madam Ida Odinga was, not Ida, no, I'm sorry, that name I hate it with passion. Her daughter was with us, only to realize that she has been given a position of deputy party leader, and now she's remaining and dissing Sifuna and Babu Owino. So then I was like, how much will we trust the Sifuna team? And how long are they going to be able, to sustain their what? Their rallies. So I was like, okay, let's wait the power the GNCs are going to give them, because it's coming from them. So if we can go to Mombasa and we keep going and we see honestly the GNC are buying into that, and people see that for the first time our young people have decided, then I can say, then I think Kenya now is able to be tribalist. But the formation that is formidable that we have right now, that seems to be serious, and it's working together, not loosely, not as much as we want, but I think now they are doing much better than before. It's the Matiang'i, Kalonzo, Peter Munya, Eugene Wamalwa, Gachagua, Natembea coalition, which when you look, the approach we are looking is Natembea atusaidie huku, Gachagua atusaidie huku, Matiang'i atusaidie, Kalonzo atusaidie huku, na tutafute watu hapa, so that we deal with the current coalition being formed, ambayo NDC iko 27, which is the Luo Kalenjin axis. That is the approach we are having right now. So I was telling my sister that if that the Luo Kalenjin axis is what is being propelled to us, then we have no option. We have to deal with it also tribally. I don't know if I was right or if I was wrong, but because Mina Shindo, which other approach are we going to have? But the coming of Sifuna is making me a little bit happy. I don't know how long we are going to sustain it, because I hear that Ososi is no longer with us, Hamisi is no longer with us. I hear Nani is no longer with us now openly. Winnie is no longer with us. Winnie Odinga is no longer with us. Then my question is, Babu akipewa chenye anataka, will Sifuna remain alone, or we can carry with him? That is my question.
Thank you, Alex. I think now I got you from where you are coming at. Sijui kama Linda, your opinion is quite different from what Budi was saying, because maybe you were saying about tribalists. So how do you see that outfit, the Sifuna outfit? Are you saying it is moto ya makaratasi, as people are saying, or they are going to be divided, as Budi is explaining to us here? And maybe they might get, like Babu might get the position and leave the coalition or the faction they are in.
Okay, well, I cannot predict what can really happen, but once you see the fractures on the wall, just know that that wall is maybe close to collapsing. the fact that there is the Linda Mwananchi still in ODM, and there is this other part of ODM, ya akina Wanga, who they don't want to associate themselves with akina Sifuna and Babu. Well, it's interests which are at stake. Everybody wants to protect their own interests. Everybody wants to be aligned on with a side that has the highest stakes. For me, for Sifuna being ousted as the secgen of the ODM, because personally I know Baba, the late Raila Amolo Odinga, is one who placed him there, but kukono wenye now they have turned ODM into a family affair, like akina Winnie, akina even Oburu, who is now currently heading the party, or who is holding it, or maybe who is calling the shots. Those cracks, they just symbolize I fear for ODM party, because the cracks that we are seeing now, they symbolize that this party, yes, in as much as imekaa kutoka hizo enzi za 2000 when we were still babies during those times, and we were hearing about the party, na imeweza kujisustain hadi ikafika to where it is in 2026. I feel like maybe in the next 5 coming general elections to come in the future, I don't think we'll have ODM as strong as it is. People will disintegrate, people will have their own interests, people will want to be affiliated or associated with people who have the higher stakes, or people who are calling the higher shots. And concerning the question, you also asked another question. Can you remind me, Joseph?
No, the question was about kama watu vile they are talking about moto wa makaratasi, this outfit of theirs. But you know the true question I want to ask you and Budi is, I don't know. Sifuna had not said that he's going to go for a top seat. What I heard Sifuna saying was that he's still going to go for his seat as a senator. And we know the ambition that Babu has. So how is this their let's say the outfit viable? Because those guys they have declared what they want, the seats that they want. So how is it viable?
For me, I feel like for the both of them, it's not a defined relationship for the two of them. Because if they came out and stepped out and said, we want this, these are men. We know how men are when they want something. They are so affirmative, they are so dominant. I want this and I will get it, and I will have it. But I haven't seen so much of that with the two of them. Then there was this time Babu, during a discussion at Citizen TV, he was asked, would you support Sifuna for presidency? But he said everybody is their own leader on their own way. So in short, that means, yes, in as much as they are there kufunikana macho, all of them have different interests, different stakes. Unaona kukona huyu anataka hii na mwingine anataka hii. This one wants maybe to remain where they are, or to have a position which was taken from them, and this other one wants to call the higher shots. But also remember, for now, if the moment they subdivide themselves and they fall through pressure and they divide, that means sasa Sifuna anacha peke yake. But really, can Babu do that to Sifuna? Well, we don't know if he will be paid to do that, or his interests are way higher, or maybe if his interests are at a higher stake compared to his relationship with his new teammate as we speak, because currently people are watching. We as the citizens, we are watching, and I feel like if Babu is paid or is silenced, I mean, he will lose it. He will lose that which he really, his heart wants or yearns to go for. Yeah.
Joseph, Babu is cornered. Babu is cornered, and I think he needs to realize as a politician. Now, this is how Babu is cornered. Babu is sitting in a hot seat of he can't betray none. Okay? If Babu betrays Sifuna, the Luya nation will not vote for him. They will go for Sakaja.
Yeah.
And if he betrays the Luos, the Kikuyus, he will not get it. So the boy just put himself in a position that he will never become the governor of Nairobi, where it sits right now. Where does Babu go right now? I want you to tell me as a person, because look at the votes. The Luya said, okay, Baba betrayed Wanyonyi. Okay, they are not even seeing Sakaja as a Luya anymore. They are saying Baba betrayed Wanyonyi. And they are ready to stand by Sifuna now. Okay, so any betrayal to Sifuna by Babu is a betrayal to the Luyas. So that matrix is gone. Now, the other thing, Babu is not, and I'm saying a statement that obviously maybe only one or two people may agree with me, and that is my deepest conviction. Babu is not seeking the mountain vote because he loves them. Alipiga hesabu yake, akajua hesabu yake in Nairobi, aka understand vile atachukua hiyo kiti, akikaa hii side. But now we have Gakuyo. Ni Gakuyo ama Gakaya, whoever he is. If I was a person from the mountain, and honestly, I'm listening to what Gachagua is saying, and this, unfortunately, these things are happening. Manyumba za watu zinaporomoshwa hapo. I mean, it's not tribal, it's a fact. You know, these things affect people, and they affect them because of one or two, three things. Ruto is on the record saying, "Awa wako kona yao hapa, awa wako kona yao hapa, awa wako kona yao hapa, na sisi lazima tujenge kona yetu hapa by force." And he has been doing that, and that is why he brought his own. Also, Kaja became cleared by IBC. He got his papers from university, became a governor. It's a mystery to everybody. It's a mystery to everybody because it's a creation of Ruto. The same way his presidency is a mystery, the governorship is a mystery, and actually has been handed over before the impeachment of Sakaja. Ruto has already taken the county out of anybody. If in event you succeed in impeaching Sakaja right now, what are you taking over? What functions are you taking over? That's a benign sitting there, him as a governor, but he does nothing right now. Because the other day you had him being asked about the issues of Nairobi, he couldn't answer them. So the man called Babu Owino has found himself in a dilemma that any mistake he makes, and he will make one. He will make one. His people, he doesn't know how to deal with them because they believe that he has betrayed them. So he must stay with Sifuna and the other side. But the question is, will Sifuna stay with Gachagua, or he is also depending with his Luya nation and the Luo nation to be re-elected because he has not declared he's going for presidency. He's also seeking his seat as a senator. Where will he go likely? So in coalition making and deal making, if Sifuna gets his way out, that his people, the Luya, will vote for him, and then the other side will vote for him to retain his seat, Sifuna can do the worst to the formation. Because political coldness is not something that everybody wants to go through. Why? Ask Boni Aluale. Ask people who have been in the political coldness. And Sifuna is too young to go to political coldness. And that's why people like Amisi and Ososi have decided to go that route because they don't want to go to oblivion. So I'm saying this. The person who played his politics wrongly, and I think time has caught up with him, it's not Sifuna, it's Babu Owino. Where will Babu do? What will Babu do? Unless he runs on DCP, he cannot run on independence on the county of Nairobi and be voted in. The DCP will want to take that. The ODM will want to take that. An independent candidate is not a viable candidate there. But if the GNCs will decide the way they are doing things right now, and Sifuna and Babu remains together, no matter what, they can take the senatorship if they don't betray each other, if they realize that they are a lifeline of each other. No matter what, they stick together, they will win together. But if they betray each other, Winnie has nothing to do with that, because Winnie naye anaenda kwa kiti ya Kipra, which she might lose. Yeah.
Thank you, Alex, for that. I think also I agree with some of the sentiments you have said, because when you are looking at the certain aspects of Nairobi and how people vote, I think what you have said about Babu, he's going to be losing one as anakimbisha lengine, because if you are talking about him leaving or betraying Sifuna, it is going to be an uphill task in terms of the Western, the votes that come from the Luyas in Nairobi. But one thing I want to ask Njeri and you, Alex, is about the 27th ODM meeting. What do you see? Do you see is going to come out of this whole NDC of the ODM? Do you see any impactful in the Kenyan politics, or what is it going to be all about? Alex, I start, then I'll go to Njeri.
You know, reconditioned politics will continue. Baba reconditioned the politics of ODM. Men in Black was shown to us how they dealt with the NDC, that Ruto infiltrated and wanted to do whatever wanted to do. This will be state-sponsored. If people can go to take Tuju out of his house, okay? How many GSUs are you going to find in that NDC? They are going to find themselves there. And for one thing, those who have been proposed will pass through. If you look today, the person actually who is governing and speaking ODM, parading people in front of the cameras, is none other than Junet Mohammed. Junet has been paid handsomely. Junet knows he will not win the Suna East constituency. So he's working his way up, and he has already mortgaged. So there is nothing to expect. This antagonization of the media selling a script that they are going to be two parallel. Yeah, the reality is this. ODM will continue to do what it does. The money had already been given. The problem is, once you have been bought, you have been bought. When Raila was bought, we thought akitoka sijui hii kiti yake ya sijui ni African Union akirudi, we thought all this, but Raila had been bought, he had been sold, and there is nothing. So the ODM brigade, as we know it, it has already bought into that narrative. They are deeply in it, they can't come out. And they know their master is brutal. It's not like Moi. Their master is too brutal. And these are people who have taken oaths. So on 27th, everything will go through. They will sail. The partnership will align. Sifuna will be taken out. And that is the problem Sifuna has had. Had Sifuna resigned and said Wachana, he would have walked with his shoulders high. He would have walked. If I was him before that time, I would have resigned. There is time. There is a time when you walk out, you walk with high shoulders. This issue ambayo tulikuwa tunafikiria that let him fire him, then he will gain political sijui nini. Wajaluo ukisikia wameamua, wamesema this is the place we are safe. Wameamua. Ayaga wamekuja hapa several times hapa. Nani wamekuja hapa, our friends wamekuja hapa from Luo Nyanza that you know very well their positions. Wamekuambia where they are. They don't niche their rhetoric. They have convictions that what they are doing is right. And their convictions that you need to know is not a national conviction. Is the narrative or rotational presidency. Their problem is Gachagua and Gachagua alone. And I don't think the mountain is going to say, now, let us take Gachagua out and bring in Dindi Onyoro. No, you're not going to do that. So I think, as much as I'm concerned, the Luo Nyanza and the ODM, because right now as you talk about ODM, is Luo Nyanza and ODM. Wacha maneno ya nani Joho. Joho atapiga kelele, atapewa vitu mbili tatu hapo, kesi zako zimekuwa lined kule, na atanyamaza. Already Joho is too full. Joho ni kudanganya tu watu wa coast. Joho is not going to do anything at apewe sijui. It's a cabinet. How is he going to take? He's not going to take any seat. He's already a cabinet and he's satisfied. So Oburu and the rest of the people like Wanga are going to come in and they are going to do what they are best known to do. They will hijack, read the names. Umeona lately what Junet does is the one parading Oburu, is the one telling Oburu what to say. Is one who Oburu the other day refused to read a script that Junet gave him. Everything is choreographed from State House on how to confuse Oburu. And Junet is the man of the day. So what do you expect? Do you expect it is going to fail? It will not. The way, in fact, we have never had a person who single-handedly that has controlled ODM after Baba's death than Junet. Look at all the pressers. Junet ndio kusema na kutenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for that. But I'll come to you because I need to understand where will Otsotsi play in all this, because I've seen them saying that he might go back to that outfit. So I'm thinking if they go back, I think that one will be the end of Linda Mwananchi. But I see Nyakairo has come in. And Jerry, I give Nyakairo a chance, or you go first. You answer about that.
Let me just answer about it ili nisisahau hiyo point. Niseme tu initoke. Are you married, Joseph?
Yes.
Mr. Bundi, are you also married?
Yes. Annie is down there.
Okay, so the reason why I've asked this question is to give a practical example with what is happening in the ODM with this 27th National Delegates Convention, which is coming. So, as a couple, wewe kama Joseph ama Bundi uko huko nje unasikia watu wanaongea wanasema Joseph alichananga na bibi yake, Bundi na bibi yake they have divorced. What will you do to protect your family as men? What for me, what I know men do, they come and rebuild their families and they try to or outward imagery that my family is united, nobody is divorcing anyone here, we are one and my family is peaceful. Practically, that is what ODM is doing. Why do I say this? Because we see, for me, in this, the NDC, I expect it to be very consequential political meeting, because currently the party is going through leadership transitions and strategic realignment before the coming elections, which are for the next year. We can see that this meeting, I feel like it's likely to determine three major things. Number one, the future leadership of ODM after Raila died. Number two, whether ODM will remain united internally, and if the political alliance will still pursue heading towards the 2027 election. So this conversation will answer a big question in Kenyan politics, whether ODM remains core opposition party or is going to transform into a new political alignment in the evolving national coalition. That is my take.
Thank you, Njeri. But also I'll come to you with a question, because you have said that it might transition to another party, but we know that ODM, the basis or the roots of ODM were built under the, ODM came as what do we call it, maandamano kind of party, because all their basis has been based in maandamano. But before I come to you, let me welcome Nyakairo. I think she has seen the happenings of the day. people here have talked for a while, 3 hours about Tuju and all kind of stuff. I don't know amepata tukiongea kuhusu nini, if she will take it from there or she has something to add. Nyakairo.
Thank you, Joseph. Unfortunately, I have very few minutes. I'm going to work. I'm almost in. Sitasema mambo mingi, ni huruma tu. I don't know this case of Tuju, how it started. Nafikiri niko nyuma kidogo, though I saw the last clip when he was being treated and the way he was being mishandled. For the sake of a human being, I don't think Tuju is so strong for the police to treat him politely. And you know, treating somebody politely doesn't mean that you are weak. It shows the way you dignify people's life and how you consider them like you yourself. So I don't understand why these people are so rough like this, as if it is their own property which has been taken by Tuju, that they should come with all this force. Though I can see Kenya, there is no human rights. There is no humanity. People are just feeling like they are carrying our life in their hands. Not theirs, ours. They are carrying it in their hands because they feel they have got all the powers to do whatever they want. We cannot accept all these treatments that we see. However, hata mwizi ashikwe, apelekwe, afanyiwe mambo ile atafanyiwa kotini, afungwe ama apigwe faini, lakini kuumiza mtu doesn't make any sense. It's the same as that of how they are trying to give people inaitwa nyota. Nyota unakuja nayo unapatia watu ambao wanatakiwa kuwa huru. Unajua, right now Kenya is captured. Everybody is being controlled, that you cannot do what you used to do to earn your living. You are being controlled, taken into captivity. Ndio sasa tuwe ati tunagawiwa na serikali. We don't want this. We don't want nyota. We want the country, the economy of the country better than ever, so that we can work for ourselves. We know, I know what I can do best. The other person knows what they can do best. So we should not be controlled like kondoo. Sisi tunajua mambo yetu, tunajua kucheza mchezo wetu, tunajua vile mimi nitakimbia niuze nguo zangu, yule mwingine atakimbia auze mahindi yake, yule mwingine. You cannot come to start dishing some little money na unasema tunasaidia watu. Unasaidia watu namna gani? Give people liberty of how they can live in their country. Let the economy flourish so that we can be able to help ourselves. Don't make us look like we are timid. Ni kama tumekuwa hampered with the problems that are going on in our country. Me, that is my take. Sorry, I had a lot to say, but I don't have time. I'm going in for work. But I wish Kenyans come together and fight for this. We don't want nyota. We don't want those dishing of money. We don't want those handouts. We want our country, our Kenya. Nimeona hata Israel wameingia Kenya, wameanza kulima huko, wanaandika watu wetu. This is slavery, total slavery. And I feel very bad, very bad. I'm very, very much affected by this, honestly. When I saw that Israelite person talking, as if he owned the country, as if he has all the liberties than even Kenyans who belong to that country. Mtu anajiona kabisa yeye yako. In fact, I'm very, very, I feel very devastated with all what is going on. Ni kama nyumba yangu vile ninasikia. We have got IDPs wanaishi huko msituni kwa makaratasi ya nylon. Honestly, they don't have somewhere that they can call home. Wanakaa huko kama wanyama. And you see people, foreigners coming, enjoying our atmosphere, enjoying our land. I feel bad. Sorry, wananchi. Watu wetu tushikane. Tuchukue hii nchi yetu. Ili tuweze kuishi kama nchi yetu, kama kwetu. We don't have a country now. It's like we have been captured completely. Na tunanyanyaswa na watu hata kutoka nje. They feel even more liberated than the Kenyans that belong to that land. I pray for my country. Asanteni sana, wacha niingie kazi, tutazidi. Asante. Thank you. Tuju must be free. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our mom Nyakairo. You always come here to give us good insight. Continue praying for the country as we are continuing to have this hii misukasuko mbaya mbaya ya hii serikali. Continue praying for the country. So, Jerry, I had a question that I wanted to ask you, and I don't want to forget it very fast. I asked about ODM, and on the grounds that it was formed in the struggle of multi-partyism, the democracy of our country. So, where do you see, is ODM going to be finished as or the ODM will be ODM, but it will be a shell of itself, and the values will have already gone, or what do you see? Because you say that ulituambia about the party when maybe they might be the opposition, or they are going to go to at it as they are going to join another party. Can you please explain, Jerry?
Okay, Joseph. Okay, let me explain it on very simple terms. We all know that ODM was formed back in 2007, yeah, during that time. And when it was formed, it grew out of political movement. Venye tu umesema the maandamano that was opposing the proposed constitution of that time. I think it was the 2005 Kenyan referendum.
It was 2000. It was 2005 referendum.
Yeah. At that time ndio kulikuwa na hiyo the orange symbol, and then which was no, and there was the banana which was the yes at that time. Okay, that's what I remember from my childhood memories. So, according to me, when it was formed, the movement evolved into a political party that became one of the most influential forces in Kenyan politics, as you can see. Ilikuwa na stronghold zake back in the Nyanza, back also in Mombasa, some parts in Nairobi. But ODM, yes, tunaona saizi kumekuwa na some internal conflicts, the internal wrangles. Okay, it's unlikely to disappear or to just vanish immediately, but I feel like it can transform into maybe another party, for example, because like we are seeing some restructuring in its leadership, and also we can also see some transition of leadership positions in the party. And also like, to me, I feel like it can reinvent itself after a decade of being in politics from a very long time back in 2007 to right now. I feel like it's on the verge of reinventing itself. Yeah. And then what else? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I see Njiri is back.
Yeah. Can I get
And then nimeona nani Alex has given us how the orange started. He has said that it started from Ukraine, an evolution which happened in Ukraine in 2004. That's why I like Alex akiwa hapa anatupatiaga the more Kenya. Thank you.
You know,
take over.
They used to be called, there was the orange revolution, yellow, color revolution. Maybe, you know, that is why, Budi, you are here so that at least you can be able to connect generation. Munaitaka generation X, Y and Z. Sasa wewe ndiye nini? Wewe ndiye bridge hapo sasa. Sijui kama, Jerry, if you will not be able to learn something from Budi, you'll never learn anything in this life.
I like how Bundi is really explaining, and I like his thoughts and his chronization of events. Huyu mse ni kama akona history on his fingertips bwana. Hey, like hakuna kitu imefichwa kwa macho yake.
It was it was a news in the morning. I think it was February, and then Michuki Center Michuki was the Minister for Internal Security. He sent people to go and stop. It was the former prosecutor, public prosecutor, alikuwa anaitwangaje this guy called something like that. I remember his name. So they were having an interview on NTV, Nation Media there. And then the interview was so volatile that it was putting the nation, the government in a bad test. So Michuki sent the police to stop the interview. So they went in the middle of the interview, they stopped the interview, they stormed. And the newscaster, actually, the interviewer actually said, we've been stopped, and we saw the commotion. And all of a sudden, outside the Nation House, there were arrests being made. Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila, and all these people, Ruto, they came outside and said, we are going to protect these people that are being arrested by Michuki. Michuki also came. So the antagonists were on this side and the government was on this side. Michuki famously said one statement I'll never forget: if you rattle a snake, you'll be bitten by it. And he meant it. Michuki was a no-nonsense person. And actually, he meant his word, and he did what? He arrested everybody that he wanted to arrest. So Raila and the rest were deflected and did not know what to do. That is the time the Orange Revolution was going on in Ukraine. We had Malashenki and Yagashenki, two people who had similar names, claiming that they had won the election. And now there was an Orange Revolution in Ukraine that we were all watching around the world. And it was a beautiful revolution because that was the only politics that was global. And we also said, Raila said like a joke, we will also start our Orange Revolution. He called an Orange Revolution. And that is why you hear Ruto said that he is part and parcel of the formation of ODM. The people that came that day outside Nation Media to agitate for the arrest of the journalist and the people who are being interviewed came together and formed a group that actually had a demonstration within Nairobi. And that demonstration became a caucus. And that caucus ended up becoming a party which today is known as Orange Democratic Party. That is how ODM was formed.
Jerry, you need to clap for Mbudi because hiyo history ulikuwa unajua ama tu ulikuwa unasema tu ODM.
Lakini Jiru, can I ask Budi one question? Was it that time that we had the standard rate? What time? I always confuse those times.
The standard rate
I also want to ask Bundi, how old is he that? Wow. Hey. Ai bana.
Budi ni mzee kijana, bado ni safi, inaweza kunywa maziwa. So unajua Budi, people might confuse like as if uko na 101 years.
Yeah, cause bana venye anaongea hiyo history, like by that he's really eloquent about it. He's explained it because aki hata singeelewa because back then in 2007 I was in class 2 basically. Hata singeelewa.
Sasa umepoa history. Sasa that's why you need to encourage many Gen Zs to come here and listen to people like akina Mbudi. And that's the reason why people like akina Mbudi uwezi wasikia hiyo kahuti ya Kasongo. So when we always say that Kasongo lacks credibility and the people can be able to give information, they are usually some of these things. Naona Mbudi ameenda, tumemsifu sana hadi akasema wacha sasa niende. Anyway, we have been with Budi quite a long time here, and we really cherish his knowledge when it comes to politics. Watu wengi sana wananiambianga hata chini ya tent bana, wananiambianga hapo, wananiuliza bana, huyo bingwa wa kulipo unatoanga wapi? So bana Budi, we appreciate that well-versed look at things. I didn't know that I was not sikuwa nikijua that the Orange Revolution in Ukraine is the one which percolated in Kenya. I had it as orange and bananas. So maybe I thought something between mandizi na mandizi na machungwa ilitokezea. So I didn't have it past Kivuito. You know, Kivuito ndiye alikuja. Leader, do you know that we had a referendum in 2005 which the government was flawed? Do you remember that one? Where the referendum, hata kama ulikuwa class 2?
Okay, 205 I was in pre-unit, so sijui.
Yeah. So okay, now that you don't know, so maybe wacha nikuulize swali sasa. So definitely you are in the Gen Z bracket. So and we perceive ama vile tunasikia, we are hearing that Gen Zs know vitu, wanajua vitu sana. That's what we hear. So ni vitu gani Gen Z wanajua? Ebu like could you display for me like some of the critical things which Gen Zs know? I always hear Gen Zs wanajua. Could I get it from you? At least hata sisi tuanzie kujua hizo vitu. Maybe hata Mbudi anaweza anzia kujua zile vitu mnajua na sisi hatujui. Aya, Gen Zs wanajua. What do they know?
So hii italingana ni okay, ni department gani, kuko na vitu mingi za kujua, a lot of things to learn. Well, in regards to politics, let me answer in regards to politics juu. Sasa hiyo ndio issue like ime to affect, because when we are growing up, okay, for me, when I was growing up, I grew up during the Kibaki era, and my dad was one of the escorts of Kibaki. So I really enjoyed my life during that time. And then just out of nowhere, I'm growing up, and then I'm the adult. And then being an adult, I'm being an adult during the Kasongo time. Why? It is hard. It is hard to even breathe during his time. I don't know why he chose to be the way he is, but I think he has a lot of healing to do for him as a person or even as a man. Well, we are the generation that has grown up during the internet and the social media era. So that means we understand online political communication and participation, for example, like the one we are having now. We have really invested on digital activism. For example, like if we see things are not happening well, or if we see some people being abused, like the common people or the common mwananchi, we will really advocate for digital activism. We can remember this case for Albert, yeah, the one who was killed by the police. He was abducted from his home, brought to the central police station here in Nairobi, and then he was tortured. Then he was taken to Karura Forest, I guess. Then he was killed in the process. What really helped, kama akungekuwa na activism in the digital spaces, I think we could not have been able to afford justice that was taking place at that time. I can also say we know some information flows and also misinformation through social media apps like the TikTok, the Instagram, the X. So for me, what I really like about us being who we are now is that we understand digital power. We know how the narratives are being spread and how public opinion can be shaped online, or maybe through some online presence. Then I can also say that we are the generation that read Betrayal in the City, because I read the book. So we tunajua tukinyanyaswa, tunajua, as in, the saying of we know our rights. Yes, in as much as we are told don't say it ukishikwa na polisi, but we know, we know, at least we know. And we are not afraid to speak up. We'll speak up. For example, we can see there has been issue with taxation, high taxation rates, inflation, high cost of living, unemployment. All this is affecting us as the Gen Z. We can also see the issue of drug abuse. Unajua kumekuwa na a lot of saying with the drug abuse, like 75% of people do abuse the drugs. And that percentage also being also about the Gen Z. So I feel like if we lose ourselves in that the issue of the drug abuse, I don't think we'll be able to fight to the end this monster called bad governance. So in reality, we know the modern world, how it is working. We understand technology. We also demand accountability. Yeah, and we are not like the millennials whereby we are just tied through traditional political loyalties. My friend, me, if you don't give me what I want, I will speak about you. I will highlight that you didn't help me. I will say it and I'll not be afraid to say it. So yeah,
Okay,
that's
I think that is well articulated. So I want to advance a little bit. Joseph, utaniruhusu kidogo, you react after Njeri amejibu maswali zangu kidogo, because unajua now that she is in that bracket. Wewe Joseph, unajua wewe si Gen Z hata ukijaribu kujifanya.
No. Mimi hata sina shida, unaweza muuliza maswali. What I wanted to ask ni kama nimuulize ni hao wanatuhaka ama ni nani wanatuhaka? Hiyo ndio tu nataka kujua.
Jerry, hold that one. You will come a little bit. I want to ask you now a very, very, very serious question, because as we speak now, not only in Kenya, globally, it is perceived that the biggest proportion of the world population is Gen Z. And when you look at sub-Saharan Africa, actually that proportion even becomes bigger. There is an assumption. Let me place it as an assumption, because it might happen, it might not happen. There is an assumption that close to 40% of Kenyan votes could be Gen Zs. Could be Gen Zs. And all the other people share the remaining 60%. So by design, it means that Gen Zs have the capacity, if in the event that they will be able to register, they will be able to become part of the political influence in Kenya. Sio Gen Zs akina Oburu, Nyamo, achana na akina Oburu. So the question which I want you maybe to help me understand, and now we are now putting this disclaimer that kuna uwezekano uchaguzi utaibiwa, ama Kasongo anajipanga kuiba uchaguzi. So according and then kuna hii ujinga ya two-term, which is now being marketed by some people, and we also seeing some young people as well who are also talking about Ruto being given a second term. So the question which I'm asking you, what proportion, even with what happened through the Gen Z revolution of 2024, what proportion of that Gen Z population can Kasongo get through his active political platforms? And then number two, are Gen Zs massively aware that wao ndio kusema kwa hiyo uchaguzi, and which attempts are they doing to make sure that Ruto is a one term? That's my question.
Okay, so you are asking okay, so in short, you are asking if Kasongo can rely on the Gen Z at the two-term. Yes, the discussions are there. The discussions are that he wants to loot, he wants to steal the votes. Kwani wewe mwenyewe hutaki kumvotia out at sasa because you are the millennial? I mean, you being a millennial or a Gen Z, you are supposed to be against this man. I mean, this is the devil who has Kaunda. Like, everybody has to be against him. Yes, it's true that okay, what I also want to also pose is, if the Gen Z truly represent around the 40% of voters, then that means the real power lies in participation. So whichever leader addresses the youth issues convincingly and motivate the youth to vote is likely to gain their support. And in as much as, yes, there are those terms regarding the two-term, my friend, 2 term ama sijui what term, hatapewa. Yes, he's gonna steal. But do you know people, even the Gen Z, kwani have you not seen during the protest, Gen Zs basically putting their lives out there to just die? People are prepared to die to see this man out of power. Others even write their own eulogies um to just prepare their people that we want these people out of power. So the Gen Z's voters, they are not just a single unified block. Even you can be a Gen Z. We are talking about ideologies here. Yes, in as much as we say the ages, yes, it is there, yes, but also the ideologies. We have to be at par with each other over here. So yeah. So okay, so despite how the election will turn out, if he does steal or loots the money or the elections, that means there is gonna be a repetition of what happened during the 2007, 2008 post-election violence. Do we really want that to happen? Really? People are ready to die for that cause. So I don't think if I were him, I would not even try to do that. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So let me ask a question now. Now, there is this part. I want to hear it from Gen Z's perspective. There is this analogy which is always said by people. Maybe it could be a perception, misrepresentation. We know there are places whereby governments collapse. In America, they can vote out a government. My reader Donald Trump, one time he was not able to get a second term. He got it later. In South Korea, it's a norm. People don't get a second term. Most of the time, their presidents do 4 years and they go away, and some of them end up in jail. In the modern history as well, we have seen some places like in Africa, mostly in southern areas of Africa, where presidents have lost their power. Thabo Mbeki was removed from power. Zuma was gotten out of power. I think there was somewhere in Malawi or Zambia, somebody did 1 term. Botswana, somebody did 1 term. So we are now having, other than the embedded hegemonies, which people fear, like the Ugandan one, the Zimbabwe ones, which Sudan, Southern Sudan, the ones which those guys have really stayed long. But we have seen some places in Africa where dislodging of a president has been effected. In Kenya, we have not managed to do that. 2007, Kibaki was almost being dislodged out of power. He bounced back. 2017, there is an attempt to dislodge Uhuru out of power. He is still in power. Now, there is an heavy attempt of wanting to dislodge Ruto out of power in 2027. Now, this is the thinking of Kenyans. Some, and maybe I may say it also combines with some creativity of a kind, like ni ngumu sana kushinda serikali. It's thinking, ukienda huko kwa vijiji utasikia mtu akisema serikali iwezi shindwa, iwezi shindika. So as a young person, what is your take of a person who will say ni ngumu kushinda serikali, ni ngumu kushinda serikali? What do you think?
Well, what I can say is hakuna mkate mgumu mbele ya chai. You know that. There is no hakuna mkate mgumu mbele ya chai. Well, the way you've said in hegemonic countries like the one in Uganda, whereby it has been kind of hard for them to deter or remove the dictator president from power, it's because one of various factors. You can find maybe for such countries, the citizens or the voters are not well they are not well educated on how they can do it, or maybe you find fear among the citizenry, or also you find there has been attempts, but they are always shut down. Well, in Kenya, I can say governments don't collapse easily. Okay, and Kenya is a strong democratic country, so in as much as it can be hard, but at least there was attempts were made. When these attempts happen, see at the people just wake up and they decide we are going to remove you. No, it's if you're not working, if you're not helping, if you're not aiding in developments in your country, we will not trust you with power. Remember, we as a democracy, we are the people, we are those who give you this power. We can see, like in South Korea, the former president, I think he was Park Geun-hye, who was removed through impeachment by the parliament. Jacob Zuma himself, he resigned.
Amefungwa maisha. Are you aware of that? Amefungwa maisha.
Yeah. Jacob Zuma himself, he resigned. So we can see that these examples, they show that institutions and political pressure can remove leaders legally. The term is legally. For Kenya, we see that we are following the Constitution of Kenya, and there are terms that are in the Constitution that state when and how a president can leave. For example, if they are defeated in the election. Number two, if they are impeached by the parliament, yeah, or if their term limit ends. But then we can see the president can very easily bribe the parliament, very easily. So if citizens want change, the ballot remain the most powerful tool. Then is it hard to defeat a sitting president? So like for me, I feel like if there is established political networks, yes, we can. If there is control of government programs, yes, we can defeat a sitting president like Ruto. We can so well, very well. And also, if our democracy in Kenya is strong enough, if we have strong institutions enough, we can remove him. If we have competitive and active elections and citizens participate actively, we can remove him. So the baseline is yes, our governments cannot collapse overnight, but change happens through institutions, through elections, through the parliament, and also through a constitutional process. And if all that fails, then that means we go total we go savage mode. If all those fail, we do it by force. We force you until you get out. So if we don't care, even if there will be bloodshed, even as for us to be here today, there are others who sacrifice themselves before us for us to enjoy what you're enjoying. So we will do it by force if all avenues are not followed well.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but I want to advance here a little bit because revolutions are complex, and revolutions need awareness. That is, first of all, the population has to understand that they are being oppressed, and they have to understand that their problems are coming from the leadership. That's why you always hear like people saying Kenya is not ready for revolution. The reason why people have always been saying that Kenya is not ready for revolution, to some extent, we do not have an enough population which really has understood that they have power to get the government out of power. I think many people do not understand that. Like we, the people, we own their power. We have delegated our authority to these people so that they can serve us on our behalf. And that is the reason why you always hear it is only in Africa where the president will be coming to tell you mipango yake vile anakupangia, nitajenga hii, nitafanya hii, nitajenga airport, nitafanya hii. And to some extent, they do not even consult. Kama, like for example, I just want to ask you a question, Njeri. When Ruto goes to maybe Embu, Nyanza, Kiambu, somewhere in Kiambu, somewhere in Narok. Na anasema we are going to expand this airport here, or we are going to expand this industry here. The question which I would want to ask you, what informs him that that is the most optimal project which will serve those people? Like when Ruto just goes somewhere in Kiambu na anasema we are doing validation to this thing, what parameters does he consider to declare that? Inakuanga from where? What makes it? Maybe I want you to help me understand when leaders are saying tutafanya hii kitu, hiyo story wanakuanga wametoa wapi? Njeri is your time.
Well, politicians. Kama kuko na, I remember during my international relations class.
To reinforce you a little bit, like for example, when Ruto is saying I have to do Taranta, who is telling him to do Taranta? All hiyo concept ya Taranta inatoka wapi? I want to understand.
Anakwanga of course na ma-advisors wake who don't sleep, by the way. Number one, know that they don't sleep because they are looking for avenues, any small chance they get to just prioritize or benefit from. So they come up with fake ass projects, they come up with fake ass initiatives that preach hope. Sometimes hope is preached to people to deny them what they're supposed to really experience, you know. But it's a sort of dream. It's not it is not there. So when you see him do all this, it is always he by that his team always goes behind the scene. They carry out economic data, they carry out development plans, and they try to, now from there they try to come and advise him on what he will go to, on where a region he will go to, and what he will say for those people in that region to be happy about. For example, akienda Kwale ama Mombasa atasema we want to develop the port, na ujua akitoka huko akuje Murema atasema we want to develop kahawa. So what he will say uko Kwale sio yenye atasema wapi huku kwa the. So I want you to understand that all this, they are always sold off narratives that are always said during his tours, and the decision is basically on the people who only benefit from those kind of projects, the cartels around him. But for these other people, the common people, now they are lied to. They want to hear this, but it's always a lie, because there is no development which will happen. He will just say it on the word of mouth. It goes down in history, he said it, but in real terms, practical wise, it's never translated into practice. So ideally, when a president announces a development project, the decision it should be informed by national development plans. However, for him, it's only projects which are prioritized within his closer circles.
Okay, Njeri, I get you. The reason why nimekuuliza hiyo swali because I want to understand to what extent maybe like our young people understand where projects come from. Every nation has something which we call a blueprint or a master plan. And the master plan can cascade or can reduce even to a city, can have its own master plan, even a home. Unaona hapo kwenyu, where your father and your mother lives. Ukienda uulize your dad or your mom, hii plot yenyu hapa mumeipangiaje, utasikia akikwambia by the way, ile pale ndio itawekwa tank, ama pale kutakuwa na kanyumba itakuwa imepanda hivi. Like he can paint for you a picture of his place even if he has not developed it. Hata yule mtu wako huko Ngoriba or somebody who is in Thika, ni gĩcagi gani ya Thika, I can say I've forgotten them. Ama tuseme where I know. Ndorome, like in a village in Ndorome. Ukienda Ndorome, every guy who owns a land there, utasikia akikwambia hapa nafikiria kufanya hivi, nafikiria kufanya hivi. There's a reason why I have said that story. Kenya has a master plan. And that master plan comes and encapsulates things like Vision 2030 and things like Agenda 4, the one which Uhuru gorged out from Vision 2030, which Kibaki and really wanted to implement. And these are some of the questions which actually I would want, even when Ruto is going to launch Maendeleo, watu waanzie kuuliza Ruto, by the way. Because ni swali tu, by the way, you people, have you noted that toka Ruto aingie kwa power, hajawahi taja the word Vision 2030. Na ningetaka kama kuna mtu akona video ya Ruto akitaja the word Vision 2030, mtu anitumie. What does that one mean? That one means Kenya is no longer implementing Vision 2030. And 2030 is 4 years away. Njeri, I hope you have, even in your youngness, you have acquainted yourself with what Vision 2030 was. Ikona pillars, like ukienda pale University of Nairobi, ukutane, there is a very tall tower imejengwa hapo katikati ya University of Nairobi. Are you aware of that tower, Njeri? Hiyo tower iko hapo University of Nairobi. Hiyo nyumba mrefu iko hapo karibu na Taifa Hall.
Okay, we have gone for conferences at UON. Kuko na hii building naonanga. Yeah, na iko na walls, iko na windows, iko na glass. The windows are
building ukiwa kwa engineering, hii building unaona hapa mrefu hii. Kuna building unaona hapo, as you pass through, unaona as you are going to Norfolk, Norfolk Hotel, hiyo kabarabara inaitwa aje? Nini University Way, ukiani hivi, as you are going to Norfolk, there is a tall tower ya University of Nairobi hapo.
Yeah, I've seen that tower.
That tower is Vision 2030, for your information. Your tower, so that is Vision 2030, because it was one of the flagship. They used to be called flagship projects in Vision 2030. And that tower had been conceived during Kibaki time. It was implemented through Chinese contractors through Uhuru's time. So, so I'm talking of, I think the University of Nairobi is the one which is the most serious one, which I can say. I don't know of any other university which has gone to the level of doing such a tower, but I know that that tower was gorged out from Vision 2030 as part of enabling research in Kenya. Another thing of Vision 2030, it was the Konza City, Techno City. Ile iko hapo Konza. There is so Konza City was supposed to be complete by was supposed to be complete by 2030, and Konza City and envisioned a fully fledged city outside Nairobi. That is a city with universities, a city with hospitals, a city with IT hubs, so many things. And it had to be funded progressively to a maximum year of 2030. So by 2030, and the beauty is that they had envisioned that Konza City was supposed to serve 300,000 people, and the population had been predicted it was to grow to 1 million over the next 10 years after 2030. So that was the conception. So during Uhuru time, I was hearing every time they were like giving 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion. Then Ruto comes. Many of us, by the way, we were even tempted to liambua and then mununue maplot hapo karibu na hiyo Konza City, hiyo city itakuja kukua kubwa. I've not heard of how that techno hub, where it has reached. I don't hear Ruto talking about it. So I'm just trying to gauge out for you the parameters of Vision 2030. Another project which was supposed to be Vision 2030 and also envisioned a country which had enough food for everybody. So by 2030, Kenya was supposed to be a country which was a net exporter of food. Tulikuwa tufike level where by now Kenya hatutawahi endea mahindi Zimbabwe, hatutakuwa tunaletewa chakula from Dubai kwa zile mainchi ambazo hata they are tiny countries, hata hazina mvua. So, and there were flagship projects for agriculture. And part of the flagship projects for agriculture, they were expanding the existing irrigation schemes which are there. Part of the expansion of the irrigation schemes which were there was doing a mega dam in Mwea, which was done under Uhuru, by the way. So in Mwea, we managed to do that dam. So Mwea they did a dam which is now complete, and extension of flooding zone. We're extending that. That is now what was left. So Uhuru left, having not expanded Mwea. Expanding irrigation schemes like Pakera, that is somewhere in Baringo. Ahero, expanding it, where they do some rice. So Ahero was supposed to be expanded. And the majority of and that's why you are hearing that Vision 2030 and envisioned 1,000 dams in Kenya, which at least Kenya needed to have like at least 1,000 dams, and with the biggest one called Thwake, which is an 80 meters high dam somewhere in Ukambani, which was actually done during Uhuru time, by the way. So during Uhuru time, they managed to do that dam. Other dams which were done during Uhuru time, which were part of Vision 2030, there was Theta Dam in Gatundu. There was some dams hapo Juja hapo. There is one called Mbadi and Kalimenu. So those ones were done under Uhuru time. I want to show you how lazy Ruto is. Ili hata yule mtu anakuja kuambia ati sijui tu tamu ujinga hiyo, you understand that Ruto has done literally nothing. So ndio nimejaribu tu najaribu tu kuportray hizo project so that now when somebody is trying to tell you Ruto anafanya kazi, he doesn't understand what he is saying. Ruto hakuna kitu anafanya in terms of infrastructure other than kwenda tu kuweka jiwe na inawekwa jina yake. Let me print for you those just give me like 5 minutes nikuprint hizo projects vizuri, then sasa then based on that you react and you tell me according to that you tell me what Ruto has done. Then Garana Kulalu ile all the time wanakuwa akina Ruto wanasemanga sijui tutapanda mahindi huko. So that was part of food security program. Garana Kulalu is somewhere hapo Kilifi hapo kuna we were supposed to have 1 million acres tukuange tunapanda mahindi hapo 1 million acres. Then so much stupidity happened there, sijui project haitoshi sijui nini. So there is 1,000 acres, no, not 1 million acres, which again they were supposed to be, because najua developing 1 million acres is not a joke. You are supposed to face them. So if you are doing it up to 2030, you are supposed to develop them 100,000 acres maybe annually. So you go expanding that irrigated area with the time until you achieve that maximum irrigated area of 1 million acres. Right now, Ruto has not even expanded an acre. Actually, in Garana Kulalu, even Uhuru did not do a good job. The person who started that job was Kibaki. During Uhuru time walijaribu but kulikuwa na misukosuko ya tenda, sijui mara sijui inapewa guys from Dubai, inapewa guys from Israel, so until it became a project which could not be understood. So Garana Kulalu zero. Another project which was supposed to be done, it was which was part of flagship. I'm talking of flagship project. You know, flagship projects in Jerry, they are generational project. A flagship project is a project which the next generation will be able to use it. That's what we call flagship generation. When your father is doing a permanent house, nyumba ya ghorofa anajenga, that's a generational house. Sababu nyumba houses outlive us, by the way. Design life ya nyumba ni miaka 100. Very few people wanafikanga miaka 100. So when you see your father doing a good permanent house, what he is doing, he is just doing a generational house. So when we are talking of flagship projects, we are talking of generational projects, which even the next generation will be able to benefit from them, and the projects which, even with the ballooning of population, you will not need to still expand those infrastructure. You have already incorporated the ballooning of the population in the planning of them. Case in time is like the expansion of Thika Road, which now has gone all the way to, that road actually is supposed to go all the way to Ethiopia. It's only that Kenya is a lazy country. By now, all our borders should be connected by dual carriageway. All our borders, by the way. Uganda inafaa kukua imeguzwa na dual carriageway in Kenya. Tanzania inafaa kukua imeguzwa na dual carriageway. Southern Sudan inafaa kukua imeguzwa na dual carriageway. Then tunakuwa na then the other small feeder road. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that any class A road ni zile barabara ambazo they move from border to border. Those ones we call class A roads. Class B roads, they are the ones which they were moving, they were connecting provinces, our previous provinces. Class C roads, they are the ones now which connect the modern days counties. Then we have class D roads which connect constituencies, and class E roads which connect area ya MCA inaitwaje? Area ward. So that's how roads are grouped. So by now in Kenya, and by the way, Kibaki did a good job. He began with the A11. Wale wajui, A11 ni Thika Road. A11 ni Thika Road all the way to Ethiopia. Hiyo ndio tunaitanga A11. So Kibaki started it up to 40 kilometers because alitoa kutoka Nairobi akaipeleka mpaka Thika. Naye Uhuru akachukua hiyo barabara and he took it all the way to Nyeri. We call it Nyeri, the way you want to call it. And with very serious interchanges along the way. Interchanges are the leveled, you know, you want to reduce roundabouts, so that's why unakuwa na interchange, so unakuwa na barabara ya chini na ya juu. So Kibaki was the engineer who actually, the whole concept of Kibaki, maybe Njeri kukuelezea, it was to remove roundabouts. So that's because, you know, roundabouts it's traffic conflict. Those are some of the places whereby you lose time as you are traveling and the population is ballooning. So Kibaki did his first, I think 40-60 kilometers. Kibaki developed the geothermal power. Akina Olkaria hizo zote, Kibaki is the one who has started them as flagship projects again, which are hyped in Vision 2030. Sasa akina Uhuru ndio wakaingia. Sasa they started Rongonot, sijui Menengai. During Uhuru time, I lost the count. Because that's the time when now we had like the big projects which sasa akina Ruto walikuwa wanaiba pamoja, like akina Kimwarero na zingine. So Uhuru amepeleka hii Thika Road, ameipeleka up to Nyeri. So now hii barabara sasa, what Ruto was supposed to do was to take it from Nyeri and maybe another 200 kilometers, because it is now easier to do it from Nyeri. Because from Nyeri Kupanda all the way to Ethiopia, those are not congested places. So you don't expect building a road in Nairobi is more complex than doing a road past Nyeri, because Nairobi you are talking about kuhamisha watu kufanya nini, there is so much complexity. Sijui plots, compensation, vitu mingi. Lakini sasa I'm expecting Ruto, he should be able to do a dual carriageway from Nyeri all the way to karibu Merire, comfortable, bila stress. So all the time tu anatuoneshanga tu small patches. Sasa tutoke hapo. Another serious project which was in Vision 20, and forget now the social and the economic the economic aspect, which actually our Jaguza, because also there was also the aspect of industrialization, whereby Vision 2030 and envision creation of 6 million jobs. Lakini tuko na michezo. So the guys who wrote Vision 2030, they thought that Kenya will be having serious leaders. So I will not blame them. So I think the guys who wrote Vision 2030 walijua tutapata Kibaki, tupate Uhuru, tupate jamaa mwingine. So everybody will come and push the mark ahead of him. So Jerry, in other words, what I'm trying to explain to you is Vision 2030. Ile Ruto ana implement ni story, and that's why saa zingine nashanganga wakati watu wanasema tusipokuwa kwa serikali hatutapewa maendeleo. That is the talk line. Ati lazima tukuwe kwa serikali tupewe maendeleo. Swali najiuliza, is Vision 2030 discriminatory? That if you're not in the government, Vision 2030 will not be implemented? Because what there is Vision 2030 is the blueprint of the country, and Vision 2030 did not care the windward and the reward side of the government. It envisioned the projects everywhere. Come and Lapset, we were supposed to develop Isiolo as our capital city because it was the central point in Kenya. Na kama sahi kuna windfall, by the way, ya containers kutoka Dubai, because now Dubai is like collapsing because of this Iranian war. If Lamu was ready as a good port, actually Kenya could have actually kicked off as the Sub-Sahara hub for investment. So kutoka hapo Lamu inaingia kwa dual carriageway, inapitia hapo Ukambani, hapo inapanda Tana River all the way to Isiolo. That was a serious project which had been envisioned with birds. Container bars pali ma containers zinapokewa na zinawekwa. It's unfortunate that people who are following Ruto, they have not gone to the extent of understanding how demanding presidency is. Unajua, let me tell you, presidency sio kuchoma mahindi. Now, by the way, not everybody can be a president. I think that is one thing which in Njeri Kenyans confuse. Not everybody can be a president. President, you have to be a very serious manager, and you have to be somebody who loves his country and you want to see progress in your country. See at Historia, somebody who is trying to, and I had to do this explanation because I'm having young people here who I want them to understand how projects had been conceived in Kenya. So, me personally nimejaribu kufuatilia project Ruto amefanya ya Vision 2030, sijaona. So maybe Jerry, could you explain to me ni project gani Ruto amefanya according to your own vision? Like maybe tell me Ruto amefanya hii, and then I can praise it for you kama iko kwa, if it is in the blueprint of Kenya. According to you, hebu niambie kitu Ruto amefanya based on the small explanation. Actually, I think I will come here and do a proper explanation of Vision 2030. Niwatanjie project zote, niwapaintie how Vision 2030 was looking at Kenya. So Jerry, without over talking about your story of Vision 2030, umepata kitu, unajua lazima tukuelimishe. So as Tuju is giving you history, mimi nitakupea hiyo maneno ya infrastructure.
Well, akiwa live uko so good in infrastructure hapo. Mimi sikuwa ninajua kuhusu the Nyeri Ethiopia whatever infrastructure hiyo sikuwa ninajua. Okay, hebu tu niulize, making 1,000 chapatis, is it part of the Vision 2030?
Well, hebu niziandike. 1 million chapatis. Ilikuwa 1,000 chapatis or 1 million chapatis in a day?
1 million chapatis? Is that part of...
Unanitajia maproject za mzae?
Yes, ndio.
Okay, 1,000 chapatis. Hiyo ni Vision 2030. Go ahead.
Ndio sasa I was asking, is it part of... Hiyo ndio mimi nakumbuka akisema ati kuko na kitu ingine alisema funny. Any funny things. And then I'm like...
Let's judge them. It's good to judge people. Let me tell you, Jerry, in this life, you judge people with what they deliver.
Yeah.
Wacha tusijaji Ruto on a Vision 2030. I don't know, Vision 2030 is too big for Ruto. He cannot even know iota of Vision 2030 because he is operating with the food. So mimi nataka tujaji Ruto na zile vitu yeye mwenyewe amesema. Sasa hii mashini ya chapo imepatikana. Let judge him.
Umeiona wapi? Children are dying of hunger as we speak. Umeiona wapi? And where? Just point out.
Leader, let me tell you something. I schooled during Moi time. Do you know that Moi used to give us milk, shule? Have you heard of that history? Tulikuwa tunapewa maziwa ya Nyayo. Umesikia history kama hiyo?
My mom has told me during that time they used to drink that milk.
Yeah, maziwa ilikuwa maziwa iko na kabox, alafu kabox imechorwa tusichana tuwili tunacheza netball, tunajaribu kuingiza like, and it used to be very sweet, to be very tasty milk. Tumekunywa maziwa ya Moi proper full. Alafu Moi brought the ilikuwa inaitwa the rural focus, that is the maybe this one you might not have seen it. Ilikuwa inaitwa I think something rural focus, kitu kama hiyo is on, but at least ile kitu nakumbuka ni Moi at least delivered milk to us, nilikunywa. And Moi he did that as part of fighting marasmus and kwashiorkor. Sijui kama Njeri ulipatana na watoto ambao walikuwa na marasmus na kwashiorkor. Marasmus na kwashiorkor ni mtoto wako na tumbo kubwa sababu ya kutokula balanced diet.
What?
Yeah. In our generation, hiyo ndio ile magonjwa ilikuwa inaitwa malnutrition, ama pengine unakutana na mtoto andi mashavu karibu inashikana juu ya njaa.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's sad. That is sad.
That's the reason why, that was part of the reason why now Moi brought an equalization concept. At least yule mtoto apati maziwa kwao, because that time do you know turungi? Umepatana na kitu naitwa turungi? Do you know of turungi na nduvia?
Duvia. My grandmother drinks duvia.
What is duvia?
Duvia, yeah.
So during our time, let me tell you, Jerry, you have to understand this. During our time, there was no luxury of breakfast. Wewe unaamuka unaenda shule. Wewe ni kuvaa na kuenda shule. Very few people could take breakfast. Very few people. Maybe nataka hapa kama kuna mtu alikuwa anakunywa breakfast asubuhi akienda shule, mtu wa 80s and 90s, aniandikie message hapa. Huyo lazima akue nini? Huyo lazima akue bana ni, kama kuna mtu alikuwa anakunywa breakfast hapa in 80s and 90s, ukienda Primo, I need to see your message here. Tell me, mimi hapa. Wewe lazima ulikuwa unatoka familia poa sana. Yeah, I want to hear. Yeah, I want to hear any person who took breakfast asubuhi going to play. Na sasa hiyo Njeri, we are talking of mtoto wa miaka 5 na miaka Yeah, watoto wa miaka 6 wakienda shule hakuna kukula asubuhi.
Guy.
What are you talking
See,
about?
they die of hunger. Si watakufa juu ya njaa, that's a baby. Na unajua mtoto tumbo yake guy, it needs ishikiliwe. Hata uji, si hata mngekuwa mnapika uji basi.
No, sometimes mtakunywa uji ya asubuhi shule. Shule ndio mtapika. During our time tulikuwa sisi tukua nursery school. Unajua during our time hatukuwa na hiyo mapipi 1 mumeanzisha saa hii. Sisi ulikuanga unatoka nyumbani direct nursery. Direct. We used to call it so utatoka nursery then the next class ni class 1 because mtoto alikuwa anaenda shule alikuwa amejielewa kabisa. Unajua sasa watoto wa siku hizi tunasema mtoto ati aende akajulie vitu shule. That's our concept. Ati mtoto akajulie vitu shule. So tunapeleka mtoto akiwa shule na miaka 3.5. Sisi tulikuwa tunapelekwa shule na miaka 6. After umejua kushika hapa. After umejua kushika hapa. Kufanya hivi na unashika sikia hapa ulikuwa that was the interview. Lakini please saa zingine Muafrika Mungu amsaidie. Hebu ati interview ni we katoto keti hapo. Hebu fanya hivi. But yani unaona mtoto anajaribu kushika, unaona mtoto tu anashika nywele huku. Huyu hajafikisha arudishwe. I don't know kama Jenny, hujasikia hiyo story? Go and tell your mother.
My mama ashaniambia hizo stories. Hivyo ndivyo alikuwa anafanyiwa. Kama wewe huwezi shika sikio,
wewe shule hakuna. Na unaona huyo mtoto ni machua, anaweza fanya vitu. So that is what ulikuwa that's why you could see in nursery school unapata mtoto wa miaka 6, mtoto mwingine wa miaka 7. Because mtoto anaweza kuwa amefikisha lakini mikono yake kuna vile jambo. I don't know like hiyo African chemistry tulikuwa tumetoa wapi? Ati ya mtoto ashike sikio alafu aende shule. So that's what I'm trying now to explain to you like Moi brought that hiyo issue ya maziwa as part of focusing on health. Just kama vile mmeona at least watoto washibe because we had unajua Njeri kitambo sio kitambo, let me talk of 80s and 90s. 80 and 90s kulikuwa na ufukara mbaya sana Kenya. Let me tell you to the extent and that time hii concept Ruto ameintroduce ya matendapreneur na vitu mingi it was not for everybody. So majority of people were poor. Ulikuwa unakutana hata na like this is how people were living. Nguo ilikuwa inanunuliwa after imeisha. Sijui Jeri kama unapata.
Vizuri sana.
Hakuna historia tu uko na nguo mbili. Ni uvae nguo mpaka iishe, ikiisha sasa ndio unaoneshana hii imeisha. Even that was the school concept by the way.
Nayo hiyo hata hiyo nguo kuisha haikuwa inaisha hivi karibuni. That's the thing. I know.
You see when I'm in high school, when I'm in high school, hakuna ati so ilikuwa like ili upewe shati ingine lazima uende uoneshane ile imeisha. Those used to be ili upewe trouser ingine lazima uende uoneshane ile trouser imeisha. That was the concept. Ati historia sijui nimeibiwa, they couldn't understand that language. Wewe lete trouser imeisha. So that was the generation which some of us were brought in, but Mungu ametupia neema. So what I'm trying to say is that there are those steps which we tried to achieve, especially after now getting multi-party system. Tukapata constitution ya 2010. I know that time you are already born, hata kama uko na miaka 6 that time 2010. The constitution now gives us devolution. Yeah, that time we didn't have this 47 thieves governors. Hatuko now as the 47 because all governors in Kenya are thieves, for your information. Hakuna governor sio mwizi Kenya. Najua Njeri hiyo uwezi
ni. Hapana, facts. When I asked people here nani hajai benefit from corruption, kipa inua mkono kusema venye haja. My friend, ai. People are thieves looting in broad daylight.
So
Ni
Jerry, let me
ngozi
ask you
ya
a
kondoo
question.
tu amevaa in form of suits. Otherwise, they are wolves.
Wacha turudi kwa historia yako ya chapati milioni 1. Hebu niambie kitu ingine Ruto amefanya, because you know leo nataka uniambie kitu ingine. Alafu there is this language which Ruto says in 6 months, in 6 months or so, Nithi Bridge will be done. Have you followed Nithi Bridge? Are you aware of
Yeah, I know of the Nithi Bridge and it's a lie.
Wameanza?
Like, is there anything that comes out of the lips of this man ever? Like, does he even listen to himself? Unajua, mimi ushanga, in as much as you can talk, sometimes tushai tu kaa chini tu ukajisikiza, then ukajita tu mkutano ukajiambia enyewe hapa surely niache tu kusema watu ujinga. Nothing has been started on Nithi Bridge. Nothing. The way it was, it's the same way it is right now. It is okay, it's a dangerous road, what I know, and people are still using it the way it is. Regarding to him at doing projects, me after tu alisemanga hiyo ya a million chapos, what else? Me, I see him saying, but I remember him saying so well and quoting, saying how much they have expanded the irrigation of Mwea, how much he's supporting agro-processing initiatives, how much he's putting programs to help farmers access the markets and the inputs. But when it comes to the flagship Vision 2030, projects are still ongoing. Kenya has not yet reached at hiyo point mnasema ati sijui exporter of whatever of food. And also, let's talk about the climate crisis. Really, with what is happening in Kenya, like there has been flooding, there has been droughts, there is unpredictable rain. All this is affecting the production in terms of agriculture. Then the funding. Unajua, unakuja hapo unasema we will fund this, we will do this, but then we can see projects like the dam projects, they require billions.
I think I had lost you.
Unanisikia? Yeah, I'm saying about the climate risks. Venye saizi kumekuwa na floods Kenya. Yeah, there has been unpredictable rains and droughts, all this seen affecting the production of agriculture. Then him, Kasongo, saying how much he has funded the projects, but we see some funding gaps in these projects because these projects, like constructing dams, they require billions of shillings. But what we see is people looting money, people stealing money under his leadership, the cartels benefiting from all that. And then about the infrastructure and urban development, me, I feel all this, it will just overshadow agriculture. So Vision 2030, yes, Kenya is an ambitious country, yes, but hizi initiatives za Kasongo, sijui za mechanization and irrigation, hapo sijaona any fruition to me. Maybe tu ya Mwea, yes, but hizo other key projects, to me they are not scaling fast enough to meet the Vision 2030.
Ni gani ya Mwea unasema?
Hiyo ya Mwea.
Da mama?
Yeah, the Mwea irrigation.
Hiyo ilifanywa wakati wa Uhuru. Hakuna kitu
amejua. Yeah. So for me,
what happened, much of the works were done during Uhuru time. Unajua Uhuru haku hand over project zote by the way. So project zingine tu Ruto tu amekuja tu kupeana. Njeri, hebu relax kidogo ni kuwekea watu sasa. Relax tu kidogo, nataka kuwekea watu ujionee hapa how they speak. Just to relax tu kidogo ujionee makubwa.
With you, and a viewer wants to know, the president has spoken of constructing 100 dams. And I think you've reiterated that as well when you are being vetted. But we've had this before. Late President Kibaki promised at least 22 dams under Vision 2030. Jubilee promised to complete at least 57 dams as well. But for some reason, these projects either stall or are never really useful after construction. Tell me this, yes, why should Kenyans now trust the Kenya Kwanza promise to construct dams that will be useful in 2022?
So, Wahika, before I go to that, please excuse me, allow me to just, the intervention, you had asked for intervention, you had said you would want details.
Okay.
I think I want to say that, we have, we work with the waterworks agencies, the North Water, we have mobilized several, for now, we are mobilizing all the water development agencies to help in response to the drought situation. And so far, we have the North Waterworks Development Agency has mobilized 23,000 cubic meters of water. I would say also the Coast Waterworks is also mobilized, and they are supplying Garissa, Ramu, all these areas that we are looking at, Kitui, Makueni.
So they're taking Bowsers to
So they are taking Bowsers, and the total water which we so far we have supplied is 57,354 cubic meters. We've also supplied about 500 tanks, storage tanks, and this go to the areas where people, many times animals and people go looking for water. There are those points that are there. We've also supplied about a total of we have rehabilitated about 45 water resource areas. I think the number is more. We'll have to accelerate this and put more resource into it.
Okay.
But also we have supplied about 140,000 liters of fuel to those areas where the resource is being, the water pumps, so that they can be able to pump. Some are just lying idle because we don't have fuel. Or they don't
How
have
sustainable
fuel.
are those interventions?
All these things are short-term, very short-term to respond to the drought situation. They are not sustainable. And the long-term solution, like the community being supported to manage their own water resource or water source. You asked about dams. We had said the previous regime would be doing 22 dams, and I know he needs the dams himself to be able to, although irrigation is under us, we are working closely because there is support systems that we need, and he will also need water from us. We are not going to do 22 dams. We are planning to do 100 dams.
Yes, 100 dams is the promise.
That's the promise by His Excellency the President. Instructions have been given. We are mapping out, because there are many areas that we can do dams. There will be mega dams, that's between 5 billion and maybe 15 billion shillings. Those are mega dams. We'll also have medium-sized dams, which will be maybe between 200 and 500 million, and then 100 million below dams, which are quicker and faster, and including water pans, which maybe will cost about 20, 30, 40 million shillings. And those are things that dams or pans that actually or can be supported even by the people.
Jerry, do I need to go more? Unasikia vile story ikifika story ya pesa which can be done with 15 billion, which can be 200. Like it is easier said, 200, 500
It is easier said than done. It is easier said than done, because for me, how I feel about this is the key question on whether these projects will scale fast enough to meet Vision 2030. That's where the question is, because they are not. Because we see delays, we see funding gaps. I mean, really, please.
Hebu nikuuliza kidogo Njeri sasa, because so unajua imebidi nikuletea, because I don't want us to judge these people from a script ya Vision 2030. I always say Vision 2030 is so big for these people. Always judge people with what they say. Don't judge people with another. We can forgive them, tunaweza sema Vision 2030 ilikuwa script ya mtu mwingine. Now, this lady said watatengeneza damu 100. Nataka uniambie please, because you are a Kenyan and you understand what a dam is. Can you tell me a dam which has been done during Ruto regime? I will even give you, you can even Google, just Google. If you want to Google, I can give you 5 minutes and you bring a name of a dam which has been done under Ruto regime. So Jerry, ili ukisikia tukisema Ruto must go, people can now start to understand why. You know, we are not defaming here. You know, there are some people who think we are funneling hatred. We have no room for hatred. We have room for facts. And I can tell you, I have never seen a lazy president in my life like Ruto. And he goes pretending venye anafanya kazi. And I don't know why Kenyans easily get his lies that sijui hapa tutafanya. Let me tell you, unaona hizo vitu zote Ruto anaenda akifanya. Let me tell you, Njeri, sasa nataka kukuelezea sasa ina home. Unaona hizo vitu zote Ruto anafanya ni the equivalent, I am telling you hypothetically, hizo vitu Ruto anafanya the equivalent of badala ya baba yako jioni arudi na unga na nyama, anakuja na peremende ya patiko na anawaambia hiyo ndio sapa. That is what Ruto is doing. I don't know if you understand my meaning. Jerry, do you get me?
Okay. Si tunajua hivyo ndivyo, like sijui anatusoma ama anatubeba aje. Yeah?
Whatever Ruto is doing is they are not things which actually can support life. So ile kitu Ruto anafanya ni kama vile mtoto anapewa peremende. Hebu nikuulize, Njeri, mtu akikupea peremende after 1 week hata unakumbukanga ulipewa peremende?
No.
Yeah, that's what he is doing. So hebu sasa Ruto amesema ako Nyanza and he is doing projects in Nyanza. Can you tell me one legacy project which Ruto has done in Nyanza? He has been in the presidency.
So like according to the dams, me as sijui, I don't see kama kuko na major dam that has been fully completed as per the 2026 reports. Kuko na a lot of dam projects wameongelelea, wamereview. Then kuko pia na issue of the South Rift, Itare Dam, which was the old dam projects that he wanted to revive. Sijaona. Okay, so no major dam projects under his administration that have been fully completed. So ni ile tu ni kusema we will do this or we will plan this, but in terms of like the Itare and the Galana Kulalu,
I'm telling you,
all of them are still in progress.
Yeah, Jerry, kidogo, wacha nikumute kidogo, nitakurudisha. Let me tell you, there is something which people do not understand. Ruto has no capacity to do a mega project. Unaona project yote ambayo inahitaji expertise, a project which needs brains. Nawaambia leo project ambayo inahitaji engineers, sijui nini, watu wanakalia, thinking, so problem solving, project management. Ruto has no capacity to do such a project. Hana capacity. And I'm telling you, he has promised that yatafanya barabara mbili kutoka, you will be doing a road from sijui inatoroa sijui wapi mpaka pale Nakuru somewhere, sijui kuna barabara anasema anatengeneza hapo Nakuru. I can bet my life if Ruto will manage to do that road, mukuje muniulize. I can bet my life.
Umebet?
I can bet Ruto cannot manage that project. Ruto hawezani na project. I'm telling you. Let me tell you. Let me show you something. I want to show you something. To people do not understand. The most transformational project in human history, which was done actually in 1955. Na inaendelea kujengwa mpaka saa hii. I want to show you what that road looks like. 55,000 miles. Na ililetwa na Eisenhower. nataka tu kukuonesha na mwachange ati kusema sijui ati we are a young country. Hiyo story ya we are a young country, that is what has been killing us. Kidogo tu wacha tu nifungue pole pole. Good. Ndio hii. I want to show you this. Haya. Sikutaka kuleta ile congested sana, but nataka niwaoneshe hiyo map siku ya leo. Unaona? Njeri, that one we call it the US Interstate Highway. The US Interstate
the one with
Highway.
The red.
No, hizo zote hizo zimemakiwa na red, ni zile zinaenda from north to south. Unajua the US Interstate Highway, kuna zile barabara zinaenda on the northern direction na zile zinaenda from east to south. So the red is ni north south. Then the white ni east west. Umeshikanisha?
Yeah.
So hizi barabara za US, at least every state has 3 roads interstate. At least every state iko na barabara mbili. So at least lazima juu unajua already you need to connect east and west, and you need to connect north and south na some some interconnections. At least every state has a minimum of 3 interstate. Every state, 50 of them. Let me show you how interstate inakaanga in images. Nataka kukuonesha every state vile. I want to show you how photo ya interstate vile inakaa. One interstate, how the interstate looks like. It will help us to visualize. Nataka kukuonesha vile every interstate looks like. Lazima tuanzie kuonesha Wakenya. Na mimi sisemi ati tutengeneze barabara 6 ama 6 lanes ama nini. Sorry. Njeri, hiyo ndio interstate sasa. That's how an interstate looks like. Interstate. Kuna, so every state lazima ikuwe na barabara 3 kama hizi. That's what I'm trying to say. Every state, whether it is a small state, whether it is Vermont, whether it is Maine, whether it is Rhode Island. So kupandisha unaona lane ngapi? Njeri hapa, kupandisha unaona lane ngapi?
Kupanda, I can see 1 kuku kwa side kabisa, 2 3
1 2 3 4 5. At least hii kupandisha iko na 5. At least zingine si kubwa hivi. At least
1 2 3 4
5 ni
6. Then 6.
Yeah, so zingine si kubwa hivi, but at least every road lazima ikuwe na minimum of 3 lanes. At least lazima every road ikuwe na minimum of 3 lanes. So hii ni barabara ilijengwa 1955. Si ati imejengwa saa hii. 1955, it is when our grandmothers were being born.
1955?
Yeah, 1955, that is when the interstate was built. Interstate ijanzia kujengwa saa hii. It was built 1955. So, and this is one of the reasons why in America, accidents are not extreme. Yes, sikatai kuna accidents, but they're not extreme, because part of the reason why you have many accidents ni sababu ya kitu inaitwa traffic conflict. Unaona historia ya kushia barabara ati na karaini kadogo hivi, na hiyo ndio ile barabara inakupeleka Mombasa. chances na trucks ziko hapo, chances of
ama hata hii barabara ya kwenda sijui uko side za Bungoma, Western, Migori, how narrow they are, the Salga area. Really?
So
Really?
Najeri, let me tell you, do you know, ili ujue sisi Kenya viongozi wetu ni wajinga. Ile nchi tunashindwa na kujenga, it's a country smaller than Texas.
Yo.
Yeah, Kenya is smaller than Texas.
We have a lot to do. We have a lot of work to do.
Let me show you. Unajua Njeri hata nitakuwekea AI hapa sasa. Nitakuwekea AI hapa ikujibu maswali sasa. Usione ni kama nakudanganya. Na kuwekea AI hapa Jemin. Tuulize swali na wewe. Nataka tuulize swali na wewe hapa. Texas and Kenya, which is bigger by landmass and by what times? So my choice A.
Texas is bigger than Kenya by landmass, but the two are actually very close in size.
They're actually close. Ziko karibu kutoshana, but Texas is bigger.
Yeah.
So we have been unable to develop something smaller than Texas.
But Texas, it's also good to take into consideration the pragmatic forces of different times and geographical times, like us being maybe a third world country, blah, blah, blah.
No, let me tell you, Njeri, that's where we fail. Hakuna mtu amesema Kenya ijengwe na siku moja. Every country is built progressively. So, ni vile Ruto ameshindwa na kufanya kazi yake. Ruto sasa anafaa kukua akitutolea ile mileage amefanya. I'm not saying, you know, Njeri, if we start saying we are third world country, do you know that China was worse than Nigeria in 1980?
Yeah. When it was really having constant wars, by the way, it was bad.
Yeah, so
bad.
If China can become a powerhouse, so kwa nini China hawakusema we were third world? Why was China not saying we are third world?
So tuache excuses mingi.
Hii history ya third world, we are third world, we cannot develop. Hiyo ni mentality ya wezi. Wala wataki kufanya chochote. Hebu nikuulize, Jerry, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a honest question leo. Yule mtoto atapata max 100 kwa shule out of 600, na yule mtoto atapata max 500 kwa shule. Nani anakuanga amefanya kazi mingi?
Kuko na mwenye amepata max 100 na mwenye amepata max 500.
Max 500. Who has done more work?
That's true. Si mwenye amepita. Juu yeye ndo amepita.
Sometimes it is not the case. There is a possibility that huyu mtu amepata max 100 actually spent more time reading. Ni vile alisoma vibaya. Ama hakuwa na concept ya kurevise, kufanya nini, he was out of content. So
ama maybe hakuwa na Mwakenya kama huyo wa 500.
Yeah, for your information. So what I'm trying to say is that success cannot be naturally measured by time. Unasikia you are hearing that, the US is an old democracy, at the wazungu is their own democracy, they used even to kill each other some time ago. So hiyo ni mentality ya wezi na wale watu, they don't. Let me ask you a question. Ni sawa, they are spending time. So can you give me the progressive change of Kenya for the last 60 years? Ni sawa, they used to be like us, because if I tell you the Asian giants, hawa na hawa Ruto anajaribu kupretend anataka kufuata, the Asian giants were as badly off like us. They were as badly off like us. Those people they were colonized. They have been fighting diseases. I wish you can go na uangalie images of Chinese during World War 1960 hapo, malnutrition, watoto hawakuli. I wish munaweza angalia images za China. The same China sasa inaambia America wewe China. So Njeri, there is no reason of saying that Kenya needs time. Kenya ati hakuna story. There is no Kenya hakuna pali inaweza enda if our think tanks ni akina Ruto. Ati Ruto ako na akili mingi sana. I always hear people saying that ati ako na akili sana. Ati Ruto ati ako na akili mingi sana. If kama ile akili tunatumia ni ya akina Ruto, we are doomed before start. Hata tu tukafunge tuseme tu Kenya tutaanzia kufanya job akina Ruto wakikufa. When Ruto will be dead and buried, tuanzie kusema hiyo ndile siku tutaanzia kudevelop Kenya. But as long as people like akina Ruto they are arrive and they are the ones who are managing our country, hiyo ni reverse. Hiyo ni reverse. Without even saying anything. Wacha nisome kuna comment nimeona hapa ya Kagiri. Njiru, you want this change, but we are here following characters like Rigenji, really? We are not entirely following Rigenji. I think, Bwana Kagiri, you have judged us too much. We are not entirely following Rigenji. We just said that Rigenji has become part of the solution. I explained yesterday that maybe Jerry, you also need to give me a perspective, because I'm a story Rigenji. Maybe you'll give me your. I explained here. I explained the reason why Rigiji always explains the alidanga. I think Kagiri hukuwa hapa ni when I was explaining the three things. When I was explaining the reason between. Let me recap for you. Maybe Anne, you can also recap for Kagiri if you understood the class of yesterday, because I did a class of explaining between wisdom, knowledge, and brains. Kagiri, were you there when I was explaining the differences between the three? And I explained the reason why. So Kagiri, I need to get from you. So Jerry, maybe let me ask you that question. Can you give me the difference between wisdom, knowledge, and brains? What do you understand?
Well, what I know is venye tu Joseph alikuwa amesema hapo ati the way Ruto ati amefanya PhD blah 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 is knowledgeable. You can be knowledgeable but without intelligence. And just because you are book smart, it doesn't mean you are intelligent and wise. You know, being intelligent is wise. So umesema kuhusu knowledge. Knowledge ni what you know basically. Wisdom is how now you apply it. You know, like for example, the case of the Solomon and the two women who were fighting over a child. He had the knowledge and he applied the wisdom. Because aliuliza kama huyu mtoto ni si wa huyu mwanamke, si tumkate. Mwenye mtoto alisema nini? Hapana, achini mtoto aishi na huyo mwanamke mwingine. But the other woman who didn't feel who was not the real mother said, yes, go ahead and cut the baby. So, and that's when Solomon applied the knowledge of what he knows, and maybe that's how it translated into wisdom. I don't know, just the basics.
Okay,
yeah.
Let me give you the explanation. Anyway, good trial. I want to give you an explanation. And I need to give this explanation because I want people to understand. I usually give very shallow explanations, which you can easily connect. Wisdom is inborn and is a bit silent. Wisdom is inborn. And wisdom is, you either have it or you don't have. Wisdom, you cannot acquire wisdom over time. Sijui Njeri kama unanipata? Like, uwezi anzia ati kusema sababu nimekaa miaka 100 I have wisdom. So, wisdom is you have it. So, it is who you are. It could be inborn. Ni kitu tu uko nayo. Either through God's blessing. Wisdom is like a gift to some extent. It is either you have it or you don't have. Knowledge, you acquire it over time through experiences. So, and because knowledge, you are acquiring it over time through experiences, it now becomes a variable. It varies. So it varies between 0 to infinity. So knowledge is a variable. Wisdom cannot be a variable because it's either you have it or you don't have. So wisdom, we quantify wisdom with commas. It is either 0 or something. You quantify it with the commas. For the knowledge, you quantify it with greater than or less than, depending with how progressively you are progressing with life. That is knowledge. Brains is how your brain runs to understand scenarios based on the knowledge you have acquired. So you are now understanding scenarios, like, so tuseme ulienda pahali ukakoniwa. So your experience sasa inakusaidia to make a proper judgment so that another scenario different than that one, you cannot make the wrong judgment. Now, you now have brains. So this is what I explained yesterday. I said this, and na nilielezea hapa vizuri sana. I said Gachagua, that's why now sasa nikaleta Gachagua, na nikasema Gachagua could be having knowledge, but he doesn't have brains. What do you mean? Yeah, he could be having knowledge. Quantification, yeah, wisdom, I don't know. That one I cannot tell, because they always present themselves as people who they have wisdom. But the one which you can inherently know how the person is knowledge and brains. Why do I say Gachagua doesn't have brains? Gachagua doesn't have brains because he has confirmed it himself. He says that Ruto alitudanganya. And the time when Gachagua is being lied on, there are also some other people who are not in a status who are also able to make the right decision at the moment. So he is not the only person within the space who is being lied to. So that is the difference now. So it is unfortunate. And somebody and people like, and that's why there's a guy here called Stony Piken as a manga. People like Akina Gachagua, they cannot function without people who are thinking properly. Gachagua ni wale watu ambao akikutana na mujinga anamurusha kwa mutaro. So somebody like Gachagua, to be effective, he needs very bright people on his yoke. Otherwise, he is not a person who can rely on his own information to make a judgment. That is why he was able to take the whole community into plundering. Sijui kama Njeri unanielewa? I think Njeri, you are not getting me. Yeah. As a leader, let me tell you, as a leader who is leading 6 million people, let me say it that way. As a leader who is leading 6 million people, you cannot say that you are lied to. something is wrong. It is impossible. It is impossible now, because that lie, which as a leader, which you are saying you are not able to differentiate, a regular Kenyan was able to differentiate it. A guy like me, by the way, who does not hold any political power in Kenya, niliweza kuona uongo ya Ruto. Personally, me, I could see that huyu mtu hakuna pale anatupeleka. Another person who doesn't hold any status in Kenya could understand Ruto's rise. But somebody who is holding a status, and that's what I'm trying to explain here. Somebody who is holding some status, mtu ambaye anabeba maisha ya watu wengine. Every move which you have to make, it has to be a move umefikiria sana. And that is why one of the problem which Gachagua did, even though sasa anasema now they have cleaned the mess with Uhuru, is that when you have like 6 million people behind you, you don't just make a plundering decision. You don't make decisions out of emotions. You make calculated decisions. You don't make decisions out of zile vitu unaambiliwa. Ama sasa Ruto anaenda anakuambia nitakupea hii. Sasa unaanzia kusema sasa hiyo watu yangu yote nitaipeleka hapo. That is the mess. So, and that's what I'm saying. Even now, if Gachagua is not able to look for people who possess, but let me tell you, this is what happens. You cannot have everything in this life. Unaona mtu kama Elon Musk. Elon Musk is not a clever person. Nasema in a nutshell. Lakini enda uone wale watu wanafanyiwa jamaa kazi. So what happens is this, Mungu akikupea neema ya that's what I'm trying to say. You can buy brains. Some of us we work for people who do not know anything. Lakini akona pesa ya kulipa kile kiko kwa akili yetu. I don't know kama Njeri unanielewa.
And why is always life like that? Because I feel that's unfair. Like when you now work, you have the brains, but you're working for a person without brains. And that is what is happening even in the corporate world, even not only in Kenya, but in globally. People with brains work for people who don't have brains. But because the people who don't have brains have money to fund, sasa wewe tu unajikuta in a very awkward situation. But just
ndio nimekuambia sasa, our friend Gachagua, he has now awache kujifanyanga kimenyi. Unajua even in my language tunasemanga kimenyi yote yaishi. In my language you say that kimenyi yote yaishi. So what, and I'm hearing that he is now making those steps of saying that tutakuanga tunatafuta watu wako na akili. Hata anapeana example ya vile Raila Odinga used to have those brainy people who made sure. Now somehow he is even starting to admire Raila's life. So what I'm trying to say is this. Ni kama hata mzee. Any person who has people behind him, hata kama ni mzee akona bibi na watoto wawili, you don't just make decisions which are not weighed, because you can take all these 5 people to a complex situation or hezitoka. So that is why when unaona like when you don't have people, when you're not responsible of people, that's why unakutanga saa zingine kama una mtoto, you are just a single person, saa zingine ndio unakutanga saa zingine somebody can be careless. But the same people, when they get family, they start now to calculate their moves, because unajua ile decision inafanya saa hii, this decision is not affecting one man or one woman. This decision kuna ujinga naweza fanya hapa iaffect watu kama 5. So you now start to calculate your steps. You don't just, ndio unakutanga sasa kuna vijana walikuwa wanakunywa mapombe sana, wakipata mabibi wanaanzia kushape up, because sasa your careless decisions, they will now start to affect another party. So you start now calculating, because now there are other people who are involved in your life. That's what in Nigeria I'm trying to show you. So sometimes when you don't care, so when you now develop a don't care attitude, that's now when now you don't care any wale watu sasa wako. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Initially, this is a time when Gachagua is starting to learn, but initially Gachagua had that don't care attitude. I don't care uyu Kasongo atupeleke kule, because either maybe Gachagua knew Kasongo hakuna pali anapeleka watu, but maybe kuna kitu alikuwa anataka kutoka kwake, or maybe there was something akasema wacha tu niende, because I'm not trying to criticize him, but you know, we use scenarios so that we can make future better. This Kasongo had been accused of insubordination of Uhuru government. This Kasongo had been accused of punishing Kiambaa people. Let me show you, Njeri, I want to show you something. Uniambie, in your life, kama unaweza support mtu kama huyo. Leo lazima nikufunze kitu. Nataka kukuonesha kitu. Nataka nikuwekee hii video uniambie nikuwekee hii video uniambie if Gachagua is a normal human being to support such an idiot. I want you to tell me. Na hii maneno alisema mchana hadharani. Not I want you listen to every word. Every word. Go.
That's insane. I can't see your screen from here.
Leo nikuelimisha majenzi.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi, kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno.
Njeri, without going, tell me, what do you understand from that video?
Speaking about Wakikuyu, blah 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 and shit. That like.
What has Ruto said about Kikuyus? I want you help me to understand what has Ruto said. And this is a video which Ruto said that
Wakikuyu.
Sorry?
Hiyo issue ya kuchukia Wakikuyu. So hata ukichukia Mkikuyu inakusaidia aje?
But do you want to tell me that hii hatred ya Ruto na Wakikuyu imekuja kutokezea sahi?
No. It's something that was living and he has been hiding it.
But how comes Gachagua could not be able to interrogate this as he was supporting him?
I mean, Gachagua was being bought off. We all know that his sole purpose was to win off Mount Kenya region. Otherwise, Kasongo would not have been president without Mount Kenya votes. And I don't know how foolish we were to just even agree and not listen to our king Uhuru Kenyatta.
Jerry kidogo. I agree. Lakini hata kama ni pesa unapewa. I'm asking you a honest opinion. Hata kama ni pesa unapewa. Mtu anasema, because Jerry, this is equivalent, mtu anasema nitaua watu wenyu. Tell me what you are going to do with that person. No, we have to be real now. No, Jerry ngoja kidogo. I want you to listen what this guy, na hii video, he said it before, like 10 years before akuwe president. I want you to listen what he is saying. Because whatever is here is weighted.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi, kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin.
First of all, he is not
even saying tribalism already. That's like
sisi, na akasema sisi wa Kalenjin.
Sisi wa Kalenjin.
He used the word sisi wa Kalenjin. I cannot believe when Gachagua comes and tells me that nilidanganywa na Ruto. I don't believe it.
It was just all to win Mount Kenya. Otherwise, if he didn't have a Mount Kenya person, he could not have secured it.
And then,
no matter what, come rain, come sunshine.
Alafu na unaenda, alafu na meli ukuje kwa show, alafu na huyo mtu ambaye anasema ako na shida na Wakikuyu, all Kikuyus rally behind him in the name of Nia Honokire. ati tulimusamea. Let me tell you, Jerry, there are cardinal sins you can't forgive. Sasa wanafanywa vizuri. So that's what I was trying to tell you. The reason why I told you Gachagua has no brains, it is because he couldn't interrogate such a statement. In the statement that Gachagua tu angeonyesha tu inasema wa huyo mtu tuachane na yeye. I don't think there is any money which deserves such a statement. Maybe we are the wrong people who are not in. Maybe ni sisi tunaona ni sisi.
But Uhuru did warn us. We just didn't listen. He literally said we will cry. He said we will cry. I can't hear you. Ni kama umemute?
Oh, sorry. Na ndio niliona hata Uhuru alisema atakuanga nakutana. Hebu nikuoneshe pia, sio Uhuru peke yake alituona. Jana niliwaekea video. Wacha nikuwekee sasa mkale kidogo. Njeri nikuwekee mkale akituwan. I'm not talking of
Iko namna gani? Karibu mzee. Asante sana mzee, karibu. Karibu sana.
Alikula. Mungu wapi? Simunalia. Hakuna ukali. Nani alikula masto? Your Excellency sir. Waheshima yote. Na mother na waheshimiwa walioko hapa na kila mtu. Karibuni. Wananchi. Azimio. Kwa majina naitwa Patricia Pwai, natoka pande wa Siwa. Nimeokoka. Neno la Mungu inanisukuma kila siku. Kwa 24 hours Mungu ni mlinzi wangu. Mnasikia? Wengi wasingisho mnajua mimi ni mzee, sitaki uongo. Huyu kijana tangu 1992 aliunda pesa bandia. Kabla ya hapo, wakati alikuwa mtoto namna hii 1973-74, wakati akisoma banda la Ziwa naitwa Gerote, alikuwa mwizi sugu ya raba na kalamu. Ya tatu, kama ilikuwa bana baba 1995 serikali ya Moi Kanu ilikuwa imeanguka. Kweli uongo baba? Baba aliokoa. Inji ilikuwa imekataliwa na IMF na World Bank kwa ajili ya pesa ya huyu kijana aliiba. Huyu kijana mimi ni Monandi asili. Hawa ni mji wa Kale na kabila yote wa Kenya wako hapa. Na mimi nataka hakikishia baba leo na dunia mzima ya kwamba hata president yetu mtukufu Rais Kenyatta na mama yake Ngina ya kwamba wazee wa Kinandi hawajui Ruto alitoka wapi. Your Excellency, sir. Ruta bana munandi. Musikia leo. Ninapozungumza hapa. Ameingiza watoto wetu kina Henry Rotich alisoma Harvard University. Kwa masaibu ile abana aonekana. Fikiria hapa ya Henry Rotich, Minister wa Finance, imetubwa kwa rubbish pit. Ajulikani alisoma kwa ajili alitumia kuiba pesa ya nchi. Na nyinyi wananchi watukufu wa Kenya, vijana kwa kina mama, mujihadhari jameni, msilale nyumba ya wauni. Chanza. Nyumba ni kwa baba na mama peke yake. Mzingie nyumba ya wauni. Chuzi. Hata mbeleni akiwa mtoto yule baba alimutigilia. Alimuchapa. Alipiga baba yake. Baba. Amepiga kina waheshimiwa marehemu Jasire. Chuzi naita Eugene mama. Alipoenda Ulaya anatangaza mwili ya mama yule alitusaa. Mwili wa mama labda mwenda wasimu waseme au mnyama yule amezungumuza msituni. Sio mtu yuko ajili tu mama nasema mama. Kweli uongo? Baba, nataka ambia wewe ya kwamba kigeti ni yako. Baba yako alisema 62 Kenyatta tosha. Chuzi wewe uliona msukosuko, KANU imetunyanyaza, ukasema Kibaki tosha. Sasa jameni, Uhuru mwenyewe amesema Raila tosha. Sisi kwa inji.
Mike Chappell here, Patriot Software's founder. I had multiple failed attempts before my first business success.
Tangu Kenyatta achukue usukani 2013, hatujasikia mtu amepotea amenyongwa na Kenyatta. Hatujamwaga tamu. Chameni, huyu kijana anapiga kibua. Huyu mama kijana kweli anapiga kibua. Anatakia nini nyinyi? 2017 akasema, akazunguka North Rift na makansela na masenators na magovernors wa North Rift. Akasema musipande mahindi. Alisema musipande mahindi, panda obakato. Alisema mulifanya agreement na serikali ndio mupande mahindi. Ni ajabu sahi. Yeye analia, anasema ati yako na hasira, watu iko na njaa, iko na tabu, na yeye ni tabu number 1. Yeah. Chuzi anakimbia Mombasa. Yeye ni sikwota kutoka Wasingishu, sikwota bande wa Elgeyo Marakwet hapo shamba ya Jagir, sikwota bande wa Noro, shamba ya yule vice president wa 3, sikwota bande wa Laikipia, hapo sikwota bande wa Taita Taveta. Sasa atasoli tabu yenu au yeye sikwota kwanza? Nani sikwota number 1? Nani sikwota number 1? Ataweza kusaidia nyinyi? Atawasaidia kweli? Mimi ni mzee wa mwaka 81. Karibu nasema najua kutoka bahali. Wakati nililia 2015, nikasema ya kwamba heri kukufa kuliko kuishi Kenya. Kwa mkutano wa masenata 7 ukumbi wa Eldoret, nilisema na sababu. Mnasikia? Niliona vile huyu kijana anapopeleka inji, anapotanganya president, mpaka sasa inji tuko namna hii. Poleni wananchi, mutulie. Wale watakuja kuwasaidia ni baba na mama, hakuna mwingine. Thank you.
Jerry, that is what happened even before election. Sio sahi. Umeelewa huyo mzee?
Yeah.
So so we cannot say that there was lack of information. We cannot say that there was lack of information based on what was happening in 2022. But anyway, we can always say that people can learn from mistakes. But we always say that you only learn from the mistake if that mistake does not kill you. So
Very true.
Sometimes a mistake can you don't have an opportunity. Like for example, let's say like what happened today. For instance, Air Canada, LaGuardia Airport, where like the traffic controller, I'm hearing he made a mistake, and I think he was not able to guide the truck well, and na hiyo ndege ikakuja ikagongana na truck kwa airport, and it became a fatality for 2 pilots. So 2 pilots died after that from Canada. So it's a very sad story. So I don't know who your ATR, what will happen to him, but it's a very bad thing for him. So that's what I'm trying to say, that experience will only teach you if it leaves you with a room to run. Lakini kama umeisha sasa, unajua Ruto and I think I said it maybe in some of our shows, maybe ukizifuatilia ile shida Ruto akonayo sahi ni he can frustrate Kenyans too much to the extent that Wakenya kuna kitu tunasemanga, we call it like reaction repose. Reaction repose ni hii: uko na kiu ya maji. Do you know that Lidia, kuna wakati unaweza kuwa na kiu ya maji to the extent hata maji ikiletwa hapo mikono yako ina nguvu kuinua, unless sasa mtu ainue hiyo kikombe ya kupe to the extent sasa umepata ka nguvu kidogo uweze kumeza hiyo maji, sasa ndio utaweza sasa kuendelea. Do you know there is a point when human beings reach that level?
Yeah.
Ama uko na njaa kabisa, hata ukiletewa chakula una hata nguvu ya kukula. You need to be resuscitated before to get energy. So Ruto anaweza fikisha Wakenya hiyo level, and that is where you want to take Kenyans to a level whereby you cannot respond because umefinywa, umeharibiwa kabisa, until sasa you are at an hopeless point, hakuna kitu unaweza fanya. I hope Kenyans will not reach that level. That level whereby you cannot be able to react to situation. It is the worst situation in life. Yeah, so Linda, as I was telling you and the people in the show, it's unfortunate that Ruto has not been able to do anything, and it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate, and I hope for me, I believe Ruto is a learning example for Kenya. Tukiambua tutoe a person who did not do anything in Kenya. So for me, I think Ruto is a running example which the next generation should try to avoid. It happened in our generation, but it doesn't mean that it will happen to another generation. For me, I always take Ruto as our Hitler moment. A thing which like Germans do not want, a place where Germans do not want to return again. The Mussolini moment. Ceausescu moment in Romania. Every country has its worst point. So, hata sisi Kenya tujue, we have not lost everything. We have only lost if we are not running from Ruto. Lakini kama sasa kazi yetu ni kuendelea kumu-entertain, we have not learned. Na sasa Ruto sasa atatuweka matambara vizuri. if in the unlikely event that we want to think like we want him to be still our president. Anyway, leader, you can put your closing remark ili sasa tufunge show. I don't know, will you get time, will you get a moment another day? I think we have really enjoyed your show tonight.
Well, thank you. I've also really enjoyed this discussion, this webinar. I mean,
maybe
we
you
have
can
to
rate
sensitize people
us,
as much as we can.
Maybe leader, you can rate us. Kuna kitu tunafanya. Do you think
Yes.
if Gen Zs can be listening to us, can they get life-changing moments from us?
For me, like today, I've really gotten a life-changing moment. How I was viewing things is not the same way anymore. The education which is on this platform, the history that we have just been given, because some of us were not aware of all these things at hand. We are just aware of zile the vitu tu ziko juju, but deep, like for example the way Bundi was explaining, the way you've explained about the infrastructure. Personally, me sikuwa ninajua, I didn't know, and today I've known, and it has also intrigued me to go and do my research about those irrigation schemes. Yeah. And I will also be forwarding the link to other of my friends who are also in my age bracket, because these are really discussions that are very entertaining, you know, very, very entertaining, very informative. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Now, what I can just say is we are in this together. There is no millennial, there is no Gen Z. Let us purpose to get this person out of office. We deserve better. And with that, I think now I can also state that rest assured tutafanya mambo. We at least we change the country and the nation. So those are my closing remarks. Maybe tomorrow again or another day, if there will be a session, of course I'll be so willing to join.
No, we come daily. So every day we have a show.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our commitment to Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
That we want to make sure that information has gone far and wide. We are a small community here, but we hope that we will be able to grow, and many Kenyans will love what we are doing, because we are not doing it with hatred. We are just like doing it for the posterity of our society. So I will be engaging you more. So because I know you are the people who are in TikTok and some other places where like we can also be able to venture into those spaces. You can as well, you people invite your fellow Gen Zs, the age bracket. Here we interact with everybody with a lot of respect, by the way. I hope we have respected you. Atuku kumikandol.
No, respect was utmost, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I don't think there is any person who mistreated you here. Hata kubaki kwa show peke yako hapa, it shows that your courage is extreme. So nitaongea na wewe kidogo after the show. Yeah. God willing. So anyway, let me first of all thank wale Mary alikuja na akapotea. I don't know why she did that. But Mary, nitakugojea kesho. It's only that we have to end the show now because I have also to sleep so that I can prepare for a very busy day tomorrow. Kesho I'm driving in one of the interstate for almost 400 miles. So by the time now I join the studio, I've driven for around 400 miles. So that's why itabidi nilale so that I can but tutapatana kesho majaliwa yake. Blessings. Thank you very much.